Well, hello everyone, and welcome to, technically this is part 5, but I'm calling it part 4. For those of you unaware, I did a stream on Wednesday, and because I'm unwell, and I'm still unwell by the way, so today isn't going to go all the way through the learning algorithms like I planned, or like I originally had intended. Oh, speaking of which. I followed it up with because literally when I ended the stream, like I couldn't remember what I was doing. That's how unwell I was. Like I was literally forgetting what I was doing as I was doing it. And as you can tell, I am still not feeling 100%. That's why I muted and coughed away from the camera. Sorry about that. Hey Sam, how are you doing, man? But because I couldn't remember what I was doing as I was doing it, I just said, you know what, we have to stop this. This is not going well. And then shortly after, and Sam was there for this, I think. Yeah, Sam, you were there. That's actually the first time you were in the VC with me. I did the rest of what I was planning to do for that day, which wasn't to go through all of the learning algorithms, because we have a lot to write. Like, I could do that in a day. But if I'm explaining it, if I'm walking people through it, if I'm thinking about it out loud, that takes way, way, way longer. You have me sit down quietly coding that thing, I could have probably done it in a full day. Because there's 6 different class files I think we're going to end up creating, up to 8. We might reduce those down at the end, but we'll come back to that at a different point. But the second, I couldn't remember how I was supposed to switch between the different learning algorithms. And the scary part was, this is how unwell I was, I had literally copied the line above it and brought it down to where we were at. Sorry, the answer to the problem was below the line, literally one line below what I had copied in the last couple minutes of the stream and pasted somewhere. Yeah. I finished the stream, looked at my code, and went, oh, it's already there. I just need to copy the switch function down here and rename the things we're calling on this part of the switch function. So the way the learning algorithm works is it takes the method you were using for that layer, so your activation method for the neurons of that layer, and it will run based on that different types of learning algorithms. That was the first part we're going to do with the learning algorithm. We will iterate that so that you can actually choose to ignore that and do it different ways, but we'll come to that later on. But the point was, I had already done the activation functions. That's what we did in the second live stream of making this neural net. And here, in the third one, I forgot I had done that. Close it out, went, oh, there it is. And I did that part as a live stream on Discord instead of YouTube, because, man, I was still really out of it. I recorded it, and I've uploaded it to YouTube, and I put it in the playlist that this live stream will be part of. You'll notice that there are some, what looks like edits. Actually, I paused the recording because I was coughing, sneezing, doing things like that. So yeah, there is some stuff that we kind of skipped over if you were following the YouTube parts of it only when I'm live, but I have included that video in the playlist. Today we will be starting with the neural net, but because I'm still not feeling 100%, and the energy you're seeing right now, which is really tamped down to be fair for me, is all fake. That is because I am still very much under the weather. I've slept 2 hours in the past 48 hours. That's actually not true. Up until about an hour ago, I've slept 2 hours. I crashed today. I'm still feeling miserable. So I'm going to do something I plan to do after the learning algorithm first, because we don't actually need the learning algorithm fully in place to do it. We can take what we already have and do it. So we'll be updating our main so that we can actually design the net so that it's more adaptable. Now, we'll be doing this in console, but this is a test for what I want to do, because I want to wrap a .NET wrapper around it at some point so that we can have a visual sort of proper GUI setup where we can actually say, all right, here's my data, or load in data. So this is sort of like, hey, is our system set up correctly to handle dynamic, sorry, I can't remember the term I was looking for, again, sick, dynamic entries from a user. And if it can't, well, then we have a major problem with this network, and we need to go back to the drawing board and work on it. Now, again, I've designed a few networks before. I'm teaching a course on Udemy on network design, which goes into a lot more depth than this one does. The utility functions, oddly, are pretty much the same, but that's just because those are my standard utility functions, and you'll see that in almost any C++ code I do. And then we'll also update and add in some new utility functions for reading in files. Yes, I know I said in the third live stream, I think it was part on YouTube, that I might do that between streams. No, I'll do that on this because otherwise I really got nothing. We're just doing the game engine stuff. And a lot of that is just me sitting there quietly listening to this other person explain their own code. All right, with that said, these intros are much longer on the live streams, it seems, because, yeah. And Sam, I think I've answered that question, unfortunately, because I saw your post in response to my asking how you were. I think I answered that question during that intro. But I've been doing this intro for 7 minutes, so let's just move on into our project. So let's open up our code, and we'll make a start. Okay, so here we are in our project for our neural network, our YouTube version of it. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go up here really quickly above our main, and I'm going to create a new function called void run network. I have a thing for either saying run or trigger. So we're going to take all of this code, except for the return. Also, why is my... Sorry, I paused because I'm like, that's actually what this is. It returns the outputs there. All right, so we're going to take all of this, and we're going to just move it into this run network for now. Right, and we're going to take the run network, and because I'm sick, I don't trust myself to type that in properly, and just do that down here. Okay. Now let's hit play, make sure this works. And for those of you who don't know why I say hit play, because I'm used to teaching UE4 and UE5, where the button's called the play button. It's the debug button. All right. Cool. It still is working. We're not getting any errors. Right. We're going to replicate this as it is, and then we're going to test it with some different ones. So when I say as it is, all the things we've set here. This input. We're actually going to get rid of test 2, by the way. This setup here, we're going to strip that. We're going to make it so the user can determine what they want to do. And, yeah. What, sorry, I'm pausing because I just realized that I probably want to include something that I haven't thought about including. And we're going to write that function first, actually. Otherwise, and yes, there are probably other ways to do what I want to do. I'm going to be just blunt on that. There probably is a smarter way. But right now, thank you, Trend. Right now, my feverish brain is going, how do we do this? We'll use strings. So what we're going to do is write code for comparing Sorry, I couldn't hit the mute button fast enough. We're going to write code for comparing two strings to each other. So let's go up to the top here. You know what? We're not going to do that in main. We're going to do that elsewhere. Let's go to utilities here. And let's create a new item. And this will be a header file. And I'm going to call this stream for IO streaming utils. Right. Header file for C++. Boom. Right. And because we're working with strings, I know I'm going to need to include string. class declaration. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word class for a second. I was like, structure? No, that's the other thing. Object? Yeah, class. So this class will be called stream. Actually, hang on. I just want to check something. I want to see, because I can't, again, fever-addled brain. UMath is what I called that one. And UDebug is what I called this one. Okay, so, actually, we don't need a class declaration. We're going to follow this design, and this will be called namespace and was I doing it all in capitals? UDebug was in capitals, and UMath should somewhere be in here still. Math utils, UMath. Okay, so no, it's Pascal case like my usual style. Cool. I'm gonna call this uStream. Cool. And our first function in our utilities for streaming will return a bool, and it'll be called compare strings. And this is going to return, this is going to be a lambda function actually. So it's going to have a function declared and defined within it. Actually, just defined. It's not even declared, it's just defined. So we're going to pass in 2 references to strings. So we have string 1, and then we have string reference string 2. Right. And I'm going to use my usual cheat method of creating my class file. And yes, I know there are other ways of doing it. I am stuck in my ways. Alright, so there is our stream utils. Let's move this down to our utilities. Yes. I don't get rid of that prompt just for anyone who asks before they ask, because at some point I am going to screw something up and I'm going to move something up. In fact, actually, in one of my tutorials, I did do that. I'm going to move something I didn't mean to move, as I was going to say before I I actually did do that. So we need to include our header for this. So let's go back to our include level, which is, Jesus, I went too far back. I was like, this is much farther back than I thought it was. Yeah, no, I went too far back. All right, so now we can go back here, and I could have just copied this, but I'm gonna be, I don't know why I had to click it. I didn't need to click it. I was already there. There we go. All right. So, sorry for the sniffling. What we're going to do here is we're going to first take the size of string 1, and we are going to compare it to the size of string 2. Because, heck, if these aren't the same size, yeah, we're looking at something different. Right, and I don't know why I put that there. We're going to have the terminator elsewhere. And then we also need to return, and this is a bool, so all of these statements must be true if the start and end the same way, and we're gonna make this so it's case insensitive. So we're gonna do std equal, and then we're gonna pass in string 1 at the beginning. And if you look at the little pop-up there, we have first, last one, and then first 2. So last one would be str1, string 1, end, or emd apparently. Str for the final one, 2, start, or begin. Okay. We're going to store this. And next what we need to do is get the characters. And so we're going to take a reference to character C1 and character reference again C2. So what we're going to do with these characters is we're going to check, are these characters equal to each other regardless of case. So we're going through from the start of string 1 to the end of string 1, and we're comparing each element of that string to string 2, starting at the beginning of string 2. Now, if you want to see, hey, is this the same word written in reverse? You change that to end. Actually, do more than that, but a lot more than that, but all right. So now that we have our characters and we're comparing them, this is where our lambda function comes into play. And this is where we're going to go down a line, add in another curly bracket, Oh, yeah, technically we do have them right there. And by the way, the terminator will go outside of this thing, but we're not going to put the terminator there yet. And we're going to define a new function that compares C1, character 1, and C2 as if they were the same case. The way we do this is regardless of the case that the user enters or that we put in as our checks, that'll make sense in a minute, the checks comment, we are going to convert whatever that string, that character is, to uppercase. And we're going to see, do the two things equal each other? So what we're going to do is return C1 equals C2. Now, if you didn't want to write a function like this, sorry, that's actually not true what I just said. But I'm going to finish my original thought. If you don't want to write a function like this, there is the bash library, which has a very similar function. To be fair, I have never used the bash library. At least, I don't think I've used their library of functions and things and stuff. But they have this a similar method built in, as far as I've been told. All right, so we're actually going to do two things here. We're first going to compare, are they already the same? If they are, yay. But then we're going to as I said earlier, is look at if they are the same when they're uppercase, just in case there's case differences. Now, you would drop this part if you wanted case sensitive. And then we do C2. Okay. Now, we have two terminators, actually. We have this functions terminator. Boom. There's our lambda functions terminator. And then we need the terminator for the original function. Now, I just can't toss in a semicolon there. There's a whole bunch of things missing. So what I need to do is count out how many brackets I miss. I think it's 2. These two open. Maybe I'm just missing one bracket. Pretty sure it's 2 though. So what the error is, except yeah, it's 2 brackets. Yeah, it's that one. That's what I thought. Like yeah. All right, and what's our error here? 2 upper. Okay, string.size equals. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat really quickly. String.size equals string.size 2, and std equals string begin 1 and begin 1 end, string 2 begin character 1 character 2. Does C1 equal C2? Just making sure that there's no thing wrong there. Okay, 2 upper C1 is equal to 2 upper. Oh, I see what the issue is. I am missing 3 brackets total. 2 for the original, and 1 for this one. I forgot the closing bracket for that. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm actually going to rename this really quickly. And I'm going to use the proper renaming method. Did the header close on me at some point? Apparently, either I closed it or it closed. Okay. We're going to actually call this compare case. Compare strings. You know what? We're actually going to do the other one. And we're going to do compare strings sensitive. Okay. Let's just define this. I'm not going to rename the other one. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to click that. Maybe that's what I did earlier. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to copy all of this code. And we're going to paste it there. And we're just going to drop this bit. Are the two things equal to each other? Oh, also, and put the terminator back in. There we go. All right. Now, this is one of the... Yeah, no, I lied to you, I think. I actually am pretty certain that I want to have this actually as a class as well as a namespace. Hang on, I'm just getting my notes back open. Because I just literally, as I said, I think I lied to you, accidentally hit the close button on them. It would be helpful if I was in the right folder. That is my professional work folder. This is my YouTube planning folder. When I say professional work, I mean like the work I do offline stuff. That's a recording from Wednesday. Prep notes. Prep notes for Wednesday. Prep notes from Wednesday. That actually I have open. If you look at the bottom of my screen, it's a notepad down there actually. So, oh, again, sorry for sniffling. The joys of being unwell. And I'm gonna blame Sam because he's posted in the chat. It's Sam's fault. Yeah. Take from that what you will. That's all right. Notes. I want my prep notes. Come on. Where did I put them? Oh, machine learning. Design notes. There we go. All right. You might see it. Yeah, you're gonna see Visual Studio open up because I do it in Visual Studio. It's not gonna open up on that screen. And it's just a spot for me to test. Nope, that's actually the wrong thing. That's actually the prep file for the Udemy course I just opened. I like how you're willing to take the blame there, Sam. I love that. Can someone tell me where I saved my notes to? Because apparently they're not in any of the normal folders I use. And I've already checked my desktop, by the way, because if you don't know, the background you see at the start of the stream, it actually is my desktop. I changed out the background for this stuff. So I know it's not there. And my other side is literally just folders for non-important folders for things. And also the applications. So I'm pretty sure if what I thought was a prep code for this was in my Udemy file, my class I'm teaching for that, then I'm betting the stuff for this is in that Udemy file. I've already clicked into it, and yeah, it is. I just put the solutions in the wrong spots. All right, I'm getting the correct one open. I'm just checking my notes. Oh. Okay. That wasn't the right one either. That is for genetic algorithm, which, by the way, if you want to learn about the genetic algorithm or simulated annealing or colony theory in machine learning, let me know. I'm actually doing something for my Patreons on that topic. Let's go back to design notes, because that's usually where I thought these things were stored. You know what? I didn't close the file, and in checking for it, I just found the correct one. No, I didn't lie to you. I don't want this as a class. It is going to be just the namespace, and we're also using a struct at 1.2. Okay, but we'll come back to that later on. We're going to follow a more C-style way for that. Let's go back to our main then. And in here, what we're going to do is just update things slightly. So, we are going to leave that starter text. All right, first bit here is where we're going to change. And I'm just going to leave this as a note to myself so I remember what order to type things in for our test. Okay, so we're going to first set these all to 0. Also, I'm not sure why I've done equal when my convention is, this. There we go. This will be sizeless and valueless. All right, so we're going to do cout. Please enter the number of inputs. Or please enter how many inputs there are. And then we're going to do cin. Also, just, even though I know we're on a new line up there, and we're going to cin number of inputs. Okay. Then we're going to do cout. New line. Please enter the... we can reorganize this in a minute. Please enter the number of outputs. Or please enter the number of predictions. We're going to use predictions. All right. So we have our predictions there. Sorry for the moving of the mic while I'm streaming. I'm just, getting things so it's not making that weird noise of the cable hitting the thing as I type. There we go. That's gonna rub against the pop filter. Ooh. Cool. Cool. Not really, but hey, here we are dealing with a broken arm thingy. All right, so then we're gonna cin. I will just deal with this. We're gonna cin number of outputs, and I'm clearly still having that E issue. All right, and then we're gonna do cout. Please enter. Okay, we can get rid of the after the first one. We'll keep it for now. Please enter the number of hidden layers. We're going to capitalize the word layers. Okay. And now we need a new variable for this. And this will be a uint32t, number of hidden layers, which will default out to 0. All right, and we're going to cin the number of hidden layers. We're going to then take number of hidden neurons, and we're going to resize it based on the number of hidden layers. Okay. And then we're going to do a for each loop. So, similar to this here. Hang on. We're going to leave this, but we're going to copy this part. We're going to take that there. We can actually update that now. All right, first, let me paste that there, and I am going to update this. We're going to just change the wording a bit. Please enter the number of inputs, predictions. Okay. So then what we're going to do here, I'm just going to comment this out really quickly. Have user set up network. Okay. So here, also I just realized there are other things I want to do in this. We're going to get rid of the cout. We are going to change this from size to number of hidden layers. And we're going to do cout. Stroke N. Please enter the number of neurons in hidden layer. And we're going to just leave it as I. And we're going to cin. And we're going to cin at number of hidden neurons at I is equal to, at I. Of course, I don't think we can do it that way. Yeah, no, we can't. So it's going to be uint32. And this is num, or I'm just going to call this n. Okay. We're going to cin n. Actually, I could do it that way. I'm just too lazy to. You know what? That might help if I was paying attention. You should be able to do it that way. All right, let's test this. So our numbers are 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Actually, it's 2, 1, 3, 2, 2. Actually, it's 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. I think I said too many 2s. So let's run this. All right. So please enter the number of inputs. We have 2 inputs. Please enter how many number of hidden layers. There's 3 hidden layers, and there's 1 prediction. So each hidden layer will have 2 neurons. And looks like we have a bit of an issue there. So it's using 1 input, 0 outputs apparently. Typo. There we go. Now let's test it. Alright, I'm sure people watching this were screaming, hey, you have the wrong thing. So it's 2 inputs, 3 hidden layers, 1 prediction or 1 output, with 2 hidden neurons in layer 0, 2 and 1, and 2 and 3. There we go. Right. Ow. Oh, ow, ow, ow. So now we have that value, or that part working. We can move on to the next little bits. And this is just going to be, if I go down here, confirmation of what the user entered. Seriously, this cable is driving me up the wall because I can hear it hitting the mic every time I type anything in. Okay. Whatever. So we are confirming what the user entered down here. We also need them to deal with this. This isn't even correct. So I just want to double check something else before we go forward. So what I'm checking for is, do I ever actually... I don't. Cool. All right, we have a lot more to iterate than I thought we did. That's fine. That's not a huge deal. What we're going to do here, though, is cout. And we're going to say, please select the activation method for this layer. Okay. And I mean, it's the input layer, so it should just be none, I think, or not none, but it should default out to linear. Yeah, we're actually gonna skip that one. We're gonna go down to the hidden layer. Actually, no, we're not doing it here. We have this part to do. Please enter the activation for this layer. And if you see down here, we have this bit. And what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna take this for now. We're actually going to copy this bit because we need it elsewhere. We're just going to do all our variables up here. Actually, in fact, we're going to do them all up here. Okay. So we're then going to go back down to where I was a moment ago. We're going to take this bit, including the comment, and we're just going to give us some room down here. We're going to paste that there for now, and we're going to move that comment there. All right. So not only do we need to do that, but we need to resize our hidden methods. So what we do for that is a number of hidden methods is going to be this. It's not per neuron per layer, thankfully, because Doing the 2D math on that would have driven me up the wall, especially the switch function we're about to write. We're just going to resize number of hidden layers. Actually, we're going to do first is an if statement. If number of hidden layers is not 0. Otherwise, we don't need to resize it. We're resizing it to nothing. Okay. If it is not 0, and then we're going to resize our hidden methods in the same breath. So resize number of, number of hidden layers. So we need a method for each layer's collection of neurons. All right, so we can get rid of this and also the if statement. Actually, you know what? This isn't methods. We're gonna actually just drop this into here. We're gonna do this in one giant downward progression. We'll do the same for the outputs. All right, so we can get rid of that. We can get rid of this. All right, and then we're gonna do for this layers neurons, or for layer, boom, 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 boom. It's not another surprise one. I talked about it yesterday, Chica. In the admin chat, no less. You responded at one point. Welcome in, by the way. How you doing? All right, what did I mess up there? That suddenly all my C outs are going crazy. C out is ambiguous? What? Do I need to add the STD back in? What? Okay, out of context, that's gonna sound really bad. Oh, okay. Syntax missing semicolon before the thingamajigger. Let me just get rid of this thing, because that is literally what we wrote when this... Okay, we're going to continue, and I'm going to pretend that didn't happen. Surprise for your memory. Okay. I'm still very COVID-y. I've been asleep for, like, since 2 o'clock, because I literally was trying to watch a stream where I kept just falling asleep. I tried to do work, kept falling asleep. Well, not falling asleep, but just... staring at the screen, not processing things, seeing pretty colors fly by. All right. What we're going to do is cin. I'm just curious, because that's when it went weird on me. Whatever. All right, we're going to cin. We're going to declare a string, actually. So we're going to do string enum value, or method local is what we'll call it. And we're actually not going to do a cin here. We're going to do another cout, and we're going to create a list. So what are our activation methods? Well, let's turn to our enums. Here they are. So I'm just going to copy this just so I have the same order. And I'm going to go back to the correct file, which really I like either having this at the start or end of my list. And I'm just going to put a quick comment there. So type in enter one of the following. Step. Actually, at this point, step linear hypertan. Okay. Then we're going to cin method local. I really want to know what made it go crazy with the see out stuff. Oh, I know what's gone crazy. I'm an idiot. I'm deleting things as I'm going because we're not using it anymore. This is half a looping statement with the bracket still. Duh. Alright, sorry. I didn't expect it to call out see out like that, which is why it confused me. But, yeah, no. I expected an error. This is not the one I expected. So that's why I got really confused. Right, so we have those in caps. What if someone types in step or something like that, or, you know, we have various ways of doing this, so we need to compare the strings. Now you know why I wrote that function, right? That lambda function. Chica, please tell me you're here when I described what the lambda function was. Because here are the two lambda functions we wrote. We have a case-insensitive compare and a case-sensitive compare. We're going to be using the insensitive, but I just wanted to have the sensitive one there in case we needed it for something, or someone is curious, can you really just remove the or bit of the lambda part of that function and have it work for sensitive? Alright, so, you know, I said switch function. I'm actually not sure if this is going to be a switch or a whole bunch of if statements. Can we switch on... Sorry, I'm just thinking. Yeah, no, we can't do a switch. It has to be if statements. Alright. So, we're going to do if method local dot empty, or yeah, if it's empty, oh yeah, I won't add in the thing until I fix the other error. Else if, and then we're gonna have a whole bunch of these, but we're gonna leave that as is, and then we'll have an else. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do this bit. So we can get rid of this. We can also get rid of this, which will hopefully now resolve, there we go, that error that we were looking at earlier. Okay. So if empty, cout, no valid method entered, or no method entered. Actually, hang on, I'm just gonna copy this because that's actually my else. No method entered. And we'll go down a new line for this one. Add a terminator. And then we're gonna say, please enter one of the following. And all we're doing is taking this previous line, adding the word please. It's not really coding based, so you don't need me to explain a sentence to you. And we're gonna cin method local. Okay. So I can't remember if I can do this with both R and L values, but we'll find out in a second. Otherwise, we're declaring all of these up at the top. You know, I just realized there is a way to do it as a switch, but that would be literally just writing this elsewhere as an agnostic looping array thingy that checks any value entered. We're not doing that. There's a challenge for you to do if you want, though. How to convert this, what is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 else if statements into just a switch function, which will also have similar setup. So else if, and then we're going to do we're going to go up here. We're going to copy the first part of this include. And then for our utilities, we're going to use our stream utilities. Okay. So now that we have our utilities, we can do stream compare strings. And the strings we're going to compare are the variable method local. Actually, we're going to do this the other way around. We're going to do our literal first. So it's going to be step, then method local. Yeah, I don't think it's going to let me do it that way, is it? We can do string s1 equals step. Can I pull it off that way? Yeah, no, I can't. Cool. I'm sure there is a faster way to do this, but I'm just going to be really cheeky about this and do it in the simplest possible way I can. String, step, or a step, and we're going to set this equal to step. And we're going to do string a linear. By the way, the A stands for activation. Linear. String a sigmoid. And again, yeah, there is a faster way to do this. There really is, by the way. I'm just gonna blame the COVID brains on my lack of clarity. And then fix that. And then string a hypertan. And this is gonna be hypertan. Okay. And then we can just compare a step, a lin, a whatever. Also, no, I don't need it. So it's a step. A step. There we go. Okay. And let's just copy this. And we're going to do a linear. Then we're going to do a semicolon down there so that error message goes away below. A sigmoid. And then finally, a hypertan. Oh, excuse me. And then we're going to copy this bit as well, paste this down here. Yeah, I know I'm not going in any sensible order. This is how my brain's working right now. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to take this bit. And actually, no, sorry, we're going to go back here. We're going to take all of this bit. And we're going to paste that into here. And we're just going to change this out to, say, step. Okay. This is linear. This is sigmoid. And this is hypertan. Cool. We are now setting whatever our method for our hidden layers is dynamically by the user. We can change it up every time we run it. We don't always have to be sigmoid. All right. Okay. I guess I should have gotten rid of that for loop. We still technically need it, but what we're going to do is bring this back down here. We're going to actually do for size t, I is 0, I is... We're actually going to do an if number of hidden layers is not equal to 0. There we go. I is less than the number of hidden layers. I plus plus. Sorry, the reason why I paused while I was thinking about that second statement was I realized that this shouldn't run every time. Especially if there is nothing there. And we're gonna do hidden layer, whatever we're on is using. I really don't want to do it this way. Actually, wait. Why are we doing... No, we don't need to... Ignore everything I literally just started to type. Sorry, I only wrote this bit. Not as confirmation. I only wrote this bit originally because we weren't entering the data, and I want to make sure that things were being stored correctly. That was just there for testing. Okay, so we can get rid of all of that code. We don't need it. If you want it in, go for it. I literally just don't think we need it. Okay. And then what we're going to ask the person to do is the same thing here. So I'm just trying to think of... I'm just trying to think if there's a different way that I want to do this one. No, I can't think of it. So I'm just going to take all of this, including the CM, which we don't have a declared variable for. That's the part I was thinking about, by the way. And we're going to say, please select the activation method for the output layers neurons. Also, that S in the earlier one should also be in brackets, because there only might be one neuron in each of the hidden layers. Okay. So, you know what? Give me 1 second. We're gonna cut this and put this up here, and we're gonna default this, and we're gonna leave it defaulted to nothing. Yeah, because yeah. Okay. So and then what we have to do is repeat this bit. But first, before we do that, at the very end of this, when we've fallen out of this for loop, all I'm going to do is go to hidden methods, or sorry, method local, and we're just going to, can we empty it? Yeah. We're going to empty that string out so that it's gone. What am I going to do for 5K subs? Well, at 1K, I tried a game jam. No one, many people applied. No one submitted a game. I haven't actually decided what I'm going to do for 5K yet. It is well on my mind, but it is not something I'm sure on. Do you have any ideas? And by the way, welcome in, Joe. How are you doing today? And for those of you not aware, I'm only like less than 200 followers away from 5K, which honestly took me longer. It took me like no time to go from 1K to 2K or 3K or 4K, but at 4K it slowed down again. That's also around the time I got started moving and had lost my computer and had to restart everything. So take from that what you will. All right, where were we? Oh yeah, I had just emptied this so that when I take this bit, it will work. Okay. So, please enter. Yep, there we go. And instead of this being hidden methods, we're going to do output method, which apparently I didn't declare at the top either. So let's go up there and declare that at the top. And also make sure we include the semicolon. You know what we will do is we actually will go back and we're going to take the default and leave the default there as well, just to be on the safe side. Right. So here it literally just copied it and I forgot the name. Again, I'm going to blame being very under the weather. So there is our new version. Boom. Boom. Also, you know, Oh, dude, I should have recognized the Go-Fi. I heard you got a dog, by the way. Congratulations. Or your family got a dog. Also, less than 10? What? My studio thing says it's like 105 still. Okay, let me take a look. How have you been doing, by the way? I'm not going to say your name just because, you know, YouTube, live stream. Funny part is, we have done live streams together. I mean, I could blame you if you want, Sam. I like blaming people. Okay, out of context, that sounds really bad. Oh, wow, no, it is 10 people. It is literally 10 people, according to my... Oh, okay. So, Friday live stream is doing, yeah. On my side, I apparently picked up 90-ish people in the last 2 hours. So, yeah, there will be more live streams, and there will be more C++. We'll be actually doing... I have a plan for 2 tutorials in Unreal 5 using C++ already. I've already prepped them out. I was doing that during the preview era of Unreal 5, so that when it came out, I can go, all right. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and record it. Hey, I'm gonna say Joe just because it's J-O there. Again, like, I saw Joe and then the G-O-F-I, I'm like, this seems really familiar, and the second you said, you know, the name, I'm like, yeah. Feel free to blame Sam as well. Sam, you can't blame Joe, though. You can blame Chica, though. Sam, blame Chica. Chica, you can't blame anybody. It is always your fault at the end of the day, Chica. See? We're creating a dynamic here. A weird one? Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for 5K. Like, I did live streaming originally, because if anyone doesn't know, I did video game live streaming for a bit. I did that more as a lark, because one of the things I really enjoyed, not as a professional thing, one of the things I really enjoyed about gaming was gaming with friends. Like, I remember back in the day, before fancy internet, when YouTube had so much buffering. Like, I remember when a YouTube first came out, by the way. Like, God, it's changed so much over the years. Yeah, if you want. I didn't get a chance to wish him a happy birthday because of said COVIDs, and I'm still struggling with it. But I started streaming because I enjoyed gaming with friends. I remember, you know, I think it was my 12th or no, not 13th, 12th, 11th, or can't remember when, birthday, you know, I had a LAN party. When I got done with school, the local hangout was a place called Screens Arena, which was, you know, actually where I first played Half-Life, the original Half-Life, where you had an account, you had a little key card that you swiped onto a computer, and it said how much time you had to play the game, how much money you had. The money equated to how many minutes you can be on the computer. And you can play games, like an old internet cafe, but just for gaming. When I moved to the UK and internet cafes were a thing here, it just, whoa, it was like, they looked like the internet cafes from the, like, late 90s, early aughts to me. Yeah, there were a lot of reasons I slowed down. The move, the sickness, a lot of the, well, Charlie passing. Okay, I get that you're old now. But etiquette. No caps. No need to scream. By the way, sorry I couldn't call the other day. I'm still kind of groggy, if you can't tell. The joys of COVID. But that's why I got into streaming originally, was I enjoyed that. And then I mentioned in the first one why I got into doing tutorials. And I'm willing to change with what the audience wants. So you guys want more C++? We'll do more C++. You want more game design? We'll do more game design. You want more me struggling to breathe on camera? I hate you, but we can possibly do that. By the way, if you didn't get the, etiquette thing, it's a joke on the caps, the no screaming. I have an uncle who writes every single email in caps, and oh dear God, it's easier to read. Use a larger font. You can change font sizes. Yeah. Sorry, that was about my uncle. No, actually, the funny part is, if you were probably talking to me in real life, I couldn't hear you. Speaking of which, can anyone tell me if the music's too loud? And the reason why I'm saying that is my tinnitus as a result of my COVID is so loud that I actually can't hear the music playing. I can only see that my OBS is picking it up. I can barely hear my voice on the feedback system I have set up for the headset. My neighbor was pounding on my door this morning to drop off groceries, just to make sure I was awake and alive. I was literally sat in my living room next to the door, and I couldn't hear it. I'm not sure if that is a COVID side effect or something else going on with my tinnitus, or tinnitus for Americans, or anyone else who says it correctly. Music is fine. You can't hear music? Chica, is your tinnitus as bad as mine? I mean, you were already off. You were off years ago, GF. I had to make sure that was in the right order and look at the name over there to make sure it was. That's just part of the deal of being, an academic. Music is hard to hear. Okay, I can turn the music up. I have two settings for the music. Oh, now I can hear the music, actually. And the song ends right as I say that, too. I'm like, wait, can I? And then I just watch the track shift. I'm like, oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, so I'll be doing more of this stuff if you guys want. I'll be doing more C++, more me learning things as well. Okay, we don't need that. Yeah, I think it's due to the fact that it was playing soft, and Sam probably had his turned up. Alright, so it's sigmoid and linear. Okay, I had to think about that for a second. Now it's good? Okay. And now I can actually hear it, so it's... I can't remember the numbers. This is 2, 3... and then number of 2. This should be, and we're gonna just do different ways of typing sigmoid in. So I just capitalize the I randomly, and then it's 2, and then, so we're not getting any errors. It seems to be accepting our sigmoids. And the number of predictions is 1. Welcome back. Hey, you said your own name now. I can say it. Joking. Just so you're aware, the chat does show up in the VOD for this, just so you're aware. And if you want me to delete that, I can. That's also the reason why I don't have it popping up on the screen, and also so it doesn't cover the code. I have to figure out what's going on with the base settings in this thing, which I now have like 5 of these, by the way. So maybe I'll do a giveaway of one of the headsets. Joking, because that wouldn't fit the theme of the channel. Actually, no, that would actually not be a bad thing to do. But the bass on this is messed up, so I can't actually feel it anymore. When I'm downstairs playing on the PS5, and yes, I have a PS5, like, I have a soundbar with a subwoofer there, and it is, yeah, I can feel that. I can feel it in my eardrums. I like that. So is that, yeah, it's fine to leave it, or yeah, fine to delete it, just to make sure. And linear for this one. And let's go 90s kid there. All right, so the network's still working. We're actually getting the same values as earlier. Actually, are we? Let me just copy the first one, because we don't care about the other ones. Are you still streaming? Because I haven't gotten any notifications that you've gone live recently. Let's do the same one as before. And I literally just did this and I'm blanking on it. And it's sigmoid to sigmoid. I'm not going to play around with the thing being off. Okay. So, no, it is not the same number, which means we are not in debug mode. Okay, that's fine. Will do. Right, so the next thing we want to do is actually going to be at the top of this, and we're going to ask the user 2 questions. Or maybe we'll do one at the top, one at the bottom. Are you in debug mode? Are you testing? We shouldn't use the word testing, by the way, and I'll get into why that is. Really get into why that is in a later stream, but in this stream I'm going to say is we don't want to use the word testing because testing is synonymous in this case with, you know, the training learning process. Not synonymous, is part of the training learning process. We train, we test, we check if we fit the data correctly. The joys of the age where you have all the exams. I was actually thinking about that recently and like the education systems across countries. I mean, I do that all the time given my job, but oh man, my head is throbbing. I'm trying not to slam that monster. Like I want to pound it because I am that groggy. Oh, if I wasn't live streaming, I'd be making really inappropriate jokes right now. So, right, to do this, to say, do you want to be in debug mode? We're going to call it debug mode. What we need to do, actually, no. The reason why I wanted to do this, and I am so glad I just remembered, is that what I'm trying to do here is we're setting it up, like I mentioned, to get ready for the .NET wrapper we're going to put around this. But what I want to do is allow the person to choose the initial weighting method. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create half of a working sort of thing for this because we only have half of it set up. And what it's going to do is it's going to have 2 parts. It's going to be, do you want your weights randomized? Or do you want to read in weights? We are going to work on part of the read-in weights today. Not all of it. So I haven't fully decided how I'm going to tackle that one. I've done it before, but I have different ways of doing it. We're actually going to have 3 ways of doing it. Sorry, I was just actually thinking that wasn't me forgetting something. We're going to have 3 ways of doing it. You can read in the numbers. You can input the numbers. Or, and the one we have set up already, the funny part is I actually set these up in reverse on the Udemy course, these 2, is randomized. So on my Udemy one, where I actually go through all the explanations of the code and all the theories and philosophy and science behind it, we start with the you enter the data. We then do the you read in the data, and then I end it with the randomized data. Like, we're going from the middle to the hardest to the easiest. One last thing is if you want to play a game, I could play DayZ with you. I think it would be a good game to play relaxing until it's not. See, I gotta go. Alright, I know I'm bad at responding at text and stuff, so I will eventually respond and stuff. I'm not sure I have DayZ. Oh wait, DayZ on PC or DayZ on a console? Does DayZ even come on console? I have to Google that if you've gone. And because there's also like a 30-second delay between when you post and when I see it, or when you hear me respond to it. Or something. There's a delay. Oh, there is a console version of DayZ. Cool. Yeah, we need to know on what platform, unless it's cross-platform, which I should know, given how much DayZ streaming I've watched. Alright, so, next, we're going to, no, this is the wrong comment style. This is set initial weights. Set inputs, or set required, set initial values and methods. PC. Actually, might have DayZ on PC or a code for it somewhere. Dude, the number of codes I have floating around. Maybe that's what I should do at 5,000. You didn't forget. You told me about that. We talked about that very briefly. So when we last spoke, like on a video chat thingy, you and your father were talking about buying it or building it. And then the next time we spoke was maybe a couple of weeks later. You had bought one at a really good price too. I remember. I forgot the exact make you had. That said, the reason why I couldn't give you any parts is when I went through the old computer, I couldn't find where the short was. So I wasn't sure what parts were safe or not. And I'm not going to send you... Like, if I had a friend who had a lot of disposable income, because these aren't cheap parts we're talking about, and went, yeah, I don't mind replacing a 600-pound component, fair enough. Have at. Someone who doesn't have that kind of money to just randomly spend, yeah. That's why I didn't follow through with it. You know, I couldn't find a short, and I'm like, I can't send anything if I don't know what's safe to send. That thing is sitting over there. That's why I keep pointing over there. Is I have Neuron 2 right next to me. That's what we're streaming from, and Neuron 1 is dead over there next to me. And I think I've stripped out most of the hard drives from it. In fact, most of the hard drives from it are sitting on that bookshelf, and the bookshelf directly behind me. By the way, congratulations on finding a computer during the shortage at that price. I know. I said that, like, I said the same thing when I got my 3070. Like, I should sell this because I got it at MSPR. The last person in England, as far as I can tell, to have bought it before they skyrocketed. Like, I literally called every major computer retailer in the UK to see what their stocks were. Like the local ones, or sorry, like the national call centers, no stock. Like literally, there wasn't even the queuing at the time. There was literally no stock in the country. I called every mom and pop shop I could find a Google listing for. Nobody. I didn't call my local shops because, you know, I didn't want to annoy them with a stupid question. And then my computer died randomly. And well, first, let me just talk about this local shop really quick. I'm not going to name them, but they're a bad shop. They will not get my business in the future, and I don't mind annoying them now. I gave them Neuron 1, my original computer for streaming and coding and stuff. And they took 2 weeks trying to diagnose what was wrong with it. They couldn't come up with an answer either. And trying to recover one of my drives. Now, this cost me an arm and a leg, nearly enough to buy a 3070, oddly enough. That give you an idea of how much that cost. Recovery is never cheap, I get that. But, and this is the kicker here, ladies and gents, but for less than 10 quid, oh, sorry, let me go back before I say this, because the kicker is in two parts. They failed at the recovery. What they charged me for was the massive, like, 5 terabyte external drive, which, by the way, died twice. It's actually sitting on my shelf right there, behind the camera. And we're only able to recover my boot drive, like, none of the work stuff, none of the programming stuff, because those are the drives that got shorted. And I do mean shorted. Like, they shorted several drives themselves trying to figure out what was going on. But they couldn't recover what I cared about. And that was the only thing I cared about. They covered everything else. Like, the things I don't need. Hey, Scream, how you doing? Welcome in, by the way. And, for less than 10 quid, I was able to do the recovery myself. Yeah. Now, I bought my 3070 from them before this happened. Like, it was actually during this process. Like I said, all right, this computer is massive. I don't have a car in this area. I can't bring it down to you. I can drive, but I don't have a car. Can you send somebody to pick it up? And they went, yeah. And to be fair, it isn't that far of a drive. It's like a 30-second drive from their place to my place, but it's like a 10-minute walk. And lugging a massive machine 10 minutes down that street, not safe, not smart. If their shop were the other way, I still wouldn't do it, but it would be safe at least. And the reason why I wouldn't do it was there's a massive hill the other direction. And so I was on the phone with him, went, I'm going to ask this as a joke, but, just on the off chance, do you have any RTXs? We have three 3070s. And as he says, he goes, actually, no, I was right. The first time we have 2. I just sold one. My colleague just sold one. Like, I'll buy the other, we have 2. I've just sold one. We have 1 now. Like, I'll buy it. Hold it for me. I'll buy it. And I got it at MSPR. The next time they got a stock in was after everyone else in the country got stock in. All the major retailers, that is. And they were charging more than scalpers were charging. So I joke of, I got the last one at that price. And this was a little bit over a year ago. This is, my computer died at the end of January or the end of February. So it was in the middle of lockdown. It was, yeah. But I literally, when the prices skyrocketed even more the next day, I'm like, maybe I should just sell it. I can buy a better computer if I sell it. Though I have seen the power usage of the 40 series. Holy God. Yeah, looking at the power uses of the 40 series, I would need a new PSU. So I will not be updating to a 40 series for a while, because I don't really want to deal with my own cable management issues. Alright, sorry for the rambling. Let's get back to coding, ladies and gents. I will probably ramble while I do this and talk more about it, but I'm going to stop coding if I ramble. I'm just trying to think of an easy way to do this. So, cout. Oh, we're just going to use a switch function this time. Enter 1 for random initial weights. Also, probably be helpful if I had a new line there. Alright, see ya, Josh. Stay safe. Enter 1 for random initial weights. Oh, actually, select initial weight method. And then we'll do it that way. Please make the press the make code button. That would make life so much easier. Enter 2 for manual entry, and then enter 3 to read in. Now, we actually might change that. The reason why we might change that is likely the way I'll be doing that is we will have the weight be included inside a file that will include the inputs as well. And likely that also means that if we're doing a read-in method, which includes the inputs, we will drop this bit here as well. Sorry, Scream, what would you say is the best way to remember how to code Blueprint? Would it just be watch tutorials or something to make document explaining things? So, Chico's is right to an extent. It's practice. How you learn, how every person learns, is idiosyncratic. I think the two parts that everybody shares in common, but how we achieve these parts and how they fit together are idiosyncratic. Practice and experimentation. So what I often tell people to do is to look at a tutorial, to follow a tutorial as is if they're new to something. Follow it completely as is. Take notes if you want. Write down ideas. Put comments in with questions. Things like that. And when you're done with it, with the tutorial, redo it and change out the parts you were curious about. Experiment, see what happens. Learn how the parts fit together. But it is a matter of practice. And I want to stress something. And I say this to a lot of people. I say this to students at universities, students in my research labs. I say this to people on YouTube. I say this to people on my Discord all the time. I say this to the people who hire me as a private tutor. I have been teaching statistics and data analysis for nearly a decade. I do not have every single formula memorized. I have 2 formulas memorized. Technically, it's 3 formulas, and then a variation of those 3. But I have 2 formulas memorized, and there are 2 different ways to calculate. Well, there's more than 2 ways. It's the 2 ways of calculating sum of squares 3 that I have memorized. That's because it's the most common method of calculating sum of squares, and I taught it that much. But if someone were to ask me to explain sum of squares, I could very easily do it. If someone were to ask me to explain what an ANOVA is, so analysis of variance, versus a t-test, versus a z-test or a z-test, or the various types of it, I could do it. You ask me the formulas for an ANOVA, I'm going to grab a textbook or my cheat sheets and tell you then. By the way, my cheat sheets for an ANOVA, 4 pages long, front and back, single line. And when I say single line, what I mean is every formula that makes up that equation, I've reduced it onto a single line. When you do data analysis and you actually do it by hand, when you go to do your exam, you will go in with a cheat sheet. Nice and a textbook as well. You have to have a textbook. Nice lecturers and teachers will say, as many as you want. Some will say you can only have 1 page front and back. But you don't memorize this stuff. There's no way to memorize it. There's no way to memorize every single function and every single library out there. It's not about memorization. What this what coding is about, is a Martian word. Yes, like the planet Mars. Now, anyone who knows the word I'm about to say probably gets why I said Martian. So this word comes from Saint Michael of Mars. I like anyone who's like, oh, what the hell is going on now? There is an author out there who's dead. I'm sorry, he's not out there anymore. There's an author who wrote a book about a human born on Mars. And this person comes back to Earth for the first time, and he has this word he likes to use. Sorry, I can't get to the mute button fast enough. And yeah, I saw that comment, by the way. And this Martian word is grok. And we as the reader, when we hear this word or read this word in the text, we read it as understand. Eventually, one character turns around and asks another character what grok actually means. And the character, another human who lived on Earth, answers his question. Thanks, Trend. And he goes, it means to drink, to love, to hate in an Martian sense, to be able to hate in a Martian sense, or in a Martian atlas, whatever the wording was he used for that, like the mind atlas, is to completely and thoroughly understand something so that you love it and it is a part of you, and only then can you truly hate something. I like including that last bit, by the way, because sometimes I have a hate relationship with C++. Grokking isn't about understanding. Can someone explain to me how my arm is moving right now? Can I explain to you how I am moving my arm? Yes, I can teach you the biomechanics of neurotransmission, of how ACH, the neurotransmitter involved in that particular transmission, is an excitatory thing for the muscles. I can also tell you about the inhibitory neurotransmitters for the other muscles on my arm, because remember, contract and pull. Yeah. But can I will that into happening? Yeah, I mean, I can move my arm, but another way to think about it is think about walking while walking. What happens? Or think about speaking while speaking. I had to catch myself from actually start going into gibberish right there. So, and this is a last one. Yeah, Jesus. Thank you, by the way. I'm assuming, by the way, Sam, is Arish also yours or not? Because I'm kind of ignoring Arish for that random comment that seems to have no place. So it's not about memorization. It's about It's about making it part of you that you understand it. Take someone who only speaks one language, or who is learning a second language. And when you ask, like, take a native English speaker and you ask them about English grammar, unless they're trained in English grammar, a lot of us don't know it really well. But if they speak another language, suddenly they're going to know their own grammar better because they're now having to learn another language's grammar and place it within their stuff. It is very... No. Sam, no what? No, Arish wasn't you? It is a saying, it's not about memorization. It's about being able to think in a particular way. Being able to, like, that's why pseudocoding is so important to coding. It's actually why I like blueprints, because blueprints let me pseudocode. When I go into blueprint something for a personal project or a project I'm being commissioned to do, it isn't me sitting there going, hey, I know exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, no, I was going to comment on it earlier, but I got into the story, which is why I didn't comment on it then. Oh, okay. You know, it's not, I don't know what functions I'm going to use. You've seen me pseudocode on this probably at some point. Like, I don't know sometimes the name of the functions. Google exists. Textbooks exist. You don't need to memorize stuff. You just need to think about the logical pattern. And, like, when people tell me, oh, I'm having this bug in the tutorial, you know, because I've done the tutorial or wrote the tutorial, I tend to know, hey, where the things are at and what's going on. But every so often someone throws something up there and I'm like, huh, I've not seen that bug before. And it isn't about me knowing everything about my own code. Because trust me, I have forgotten things in my own code. Literally, I have had Chica actually tell me, yeah, no, that's not in your code. This is instead, though, at one point. This was like, was it Chica or was it Conger? One of my moderators did that. You know, I've had people on my channel also do that. Because I forget things I have written. You've seen that on stream today, even. But I can follow the logic and go, okay, if this is happening, then most likely the armchair in the background's really been bugging me. I just realized it's the armchair. This is what's happening, and therefore we need to look here. So it's not about memorization. Sorry about the rambling, and I've now completely lost my spot in what we were doing with this. Sorry for the long ramble for your first coming into the channel. Welcome in, K-Beard. How are you doing today? Yeah, I don't like when people think, oh, you have to memorize everything. You have to know everything perfectly. You know, there's a community manager out there for a large studio who shouted me out some time ago, and they even made a was it them or one of their friends that made a comment on Twitter of, even in our own native language, it's so complex we don't memorize this stuff and we kind of fudge it. And I was like, you know, that's apt for coding. You know, you don't have to memorize this stuff. All right, so we are doing the entry methods. Now, oh yeah, that's why I was at the top. I said if we do the read-in one. By the way, K-Beard, how are you doing today? If we do the read-in ones, and by the way, I will rapidly switch between like responding to chat and doing this. Sorry if it's whiplash for people. We will get rid of this for the read-in. This is only necessary for the entry methods. Oh, Scream, don't apologize for making me lose my spot. I take it you weren't here in the last stream I did on YouTube. I am very sick right now. Like this is my second time having COVID. I'm vaccinated. I've been isolating and stuff like that, and I still somehow got it. And my brain is just randomly forgetting things. Like literally I ended the stream because I couldn't remember how I had done something, and I had copied the line just above what I was looking for. Closed the stream out and went, oh, whoops. I mean, I kind of wonder, because when I did my clinical training, I had a colleague say something like that about clients. I kind of wonder, because the guy did know programming as well, and that's where he stole that line from. Oh yeah, you know, just memorize 10% of the stuff. And if you don't believe, try on that. Like, I have read some of my own code and gone, huh, I don't remember writing this. This is actually pretty good. This is better than what I'm currently doing. Yoink. Or hell, I have a doctorate. I have a PhD thesis, and I shared my first chapter of my PhD thesis while I was working on it with my partner at the time. About 18 months later, they quoted, yeah, no, it's Omicron. It's definitely Omicron I have, by the way, one of the variants of Omicron, because the symptoms, like I lost my vision for 2 hours. Everything was blurred. My partner said this thing to me. Said something to me about my research topic, and I sat there going, "Holy crap! That is profound. I need that as a quote in my doctoral thesis. Where did you get this from?" Said partner, she kind of stared at me for a minute and went, "You wrote it." I'm like, no, I have never once been that profound. By the way, this isn't to toot my horn. Like, I've never been that profound. I didn't write that. You wrote it. I'm like, no, I am not that smart. Show me where I wrote this. And sure enough, it was in my doctoral thesis. It was the start of a paragraph. I forgot I wrote it 2 years on. And interestingly enough, I bring this up with coding as well. That particular line, the second I read it in context, I remembered it. And this is something to remember for iteration and editing. That was the 10th version, the 10th iteration of that particular sentence. Because my supervisor had hated the other 9 versions, and I had hated the 10th version when I wrote it. And the funny part was, a year and a half later, I'm like, this is profound. Sound like an egotistical prick without realizing I had wrote the damn thing. But you do not memorize this stuff. Okay, sorry. Let me get back into this. We are setting the weights, and we're getting rid of the stuff down here. So, what we're going to do is a switch. Actually, sorry, we're going to do a cn first. And we're going to actually create a temp variable here. uint 32t. sorry, I'm putting not regression in there because when I say entry method, my data analysis mind automatically thinks about regression and the entry method you use for entering data into it. Interestingly enough, that's what half the activation functions really are doing. Okay, so we're going to see an entry method. I'm not going to worry about if they put something invalid or not. You know, you can take care of that if you want. Again, this is just to see, does this work with dynamic entries so that when we wrap this with a .NET wrapper or any other sort of wrapper that has a GUI setup, we can actually go, all right, we know this is going to work. And we're going to do is a switch. And we're going to switch on entry method. You know what? I'm going to redo that with one more time because I want to see if I can get that thing to work. Okay. No, it's an int, so it's not going to have it already built in. So case 1. Break. Case 2. Break. Case 3. Break. We'll ignore that just happened. And then, yeah, we'll leave it as that. We're not going to worry about anything else. We're just going to do a very quick thing here of nothing. We're not going to implement this yet. I'm just having this set up for it. When we get to it, we have it ready. I think we already default off to number 1 anyway, so let's go to our... Let's go to our network. Our network should tell us. So, init neural network. Nope, it's not in there. So let's check our layer master. Let's go into the class file. It actually might be in the neuron itself, to be fair. You know what we could do? Is we could just search for the XOR shift call I use. But if it isn't in the neuron, that is exactly what we'll do. So let's go over to the neuron. This is the part that I forgot last Wednesday, by the way. It's literally right here. Ah, yes, it is init random weight. Okay, cool. Actually, what we are going to do on that one, and this is a better setup than what I had in my head, is on 1, we're going to do another cout that says select randomizer. Enter 1 for XOR shift. Enter 2 for LCG. Stroke N. Enter 3 for the twister. And I like having a little bit of a space on that one for some reason. I'm gonna do the same here and on the back side of it here. All right, that's just a design choice. You don't really have, it doesn't really matter for coding purposes. And now, and the reason I'm pausing is I haven't realized how I'm gonna store this yet. I want to, super good, tuned in. Thank you very much for being here, by the way. I want to store our method. Now, we haven't actually ever used it, so we need to go back and actually implement this thing. I opened up the wrong one. You know what? I'm gonna start closing things that we're not working on today directly. Actually, the neuron I needed open. It's our math utils we need. Just, yeah, we're working on the rest of that. It's this bit here. We need to set this. So we need to go back to our math utils now, and we need to get rid of this Boolean setup we're using everywhere. So, oh wait, no. No. Not that Boolean setup. Yeah, I know why I'm confused. I deviated from what I planned to do. So instead what we're going to do is this bit. We're going to address this. We're actually going to get rid of this. We're going to leave this for now because that actually will be there. And we're going to add in a fourth case. And to make this a lot easier on myself now, what we're going to do is, just so it's easier to read on stream, and there's going to be another one. 4, enter 4 for debug. Okay, so for debug, case 3, or case 4, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our math utils real quick. And we're going to search for where the sRandom very fast actually gets called up. And we're going to search the current project just so I can see every spot we call it. So we call it, really wish it would skip the current folder we're in for this. Okay, so we call it here. And sorry, I'm just thinking about where I want to store that at. So the neuron's created by the layer. The layer is created by the network. Just gonna pop back over to our network real quick. And I'm always tempted now to turn our math utils into an actual class and store it. In fact, that actually might make things more efficient. That way, when we are doing, it'd actually make a lot of things more efficient now that I'm thinking about that. So, what we're going to do now is very quickly open a notepad. And that opened the wrong window. Just make a quick note to myself. Update math utils to be a class. 1B. Generate class at start. 1C. Okay, actually, rationale. A. So the first rationale for this is that each neuron during debug will get a unique weight, but a predictable one that repeats each time we use the network. Currently, they all get the same initial random weight. Which, by the way, is not good for the actual use of the network. So, bad design. B allows to store instead of passing the randomizer settings. Okay, so this has turned more into a iteration stream than I thought it was going to be. So what we're gonna do is all right, what I'm gonna do is just I want to get out some of the things I planned on doing. So we're gonna pause on, we're iterating in the main. It still works, it still runs, we can still compile. And we're going to, instead of doing this update and continuing on what we were doing, we're gonna put in the parts I wanted to put in originally, just so that we have it ready to go. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna start continuing through. So I just had a thought, and now I'm blanking on what that thought was. Read-in, that was one of the things I wanted to do, this iteration, that update I just came up with, which I should have done originally. There was something else that just dawned on me. All right. I can't remember what it is, but for now, let's go to our stream utils file we created. We're going to go into the header to start with. And we're going to, in here, add in a few more things. I know I need my standard library, my standard int, potentially. We're going to skip that one to see if we get the bug, and my studio. So include standard lib, include studio, and we're just doing this for the fprint. Okay. So, by the way, Beard, were you agreeing with Sam on COVID or on something I was saying about creating the class? Because that came up right as I mentioned the class thing, and it was too quick for it to have been that, unless the lag is less than or the delay is less than I thought it was. So I'm going to use my normal markers here. I like having this sort of stuff set up like that so that I know what I'm looking at. We're gonna do this outside the namespace. We're gonna declare a struct called data. And sorry, I just had a light bulb moment about something completely unrelated. Woo. Oh wow, the delay isn't as bad as I thought it was. This one we don't need a class for, by the way, just as a quick note for anyone who's coming in. I said, oh yeah, well, we have a class for it. We don't need to declare a class for it. We have an implementation file. We aren't serving this as an object. This is literally just a utility function. That is how I viewed the math thing until I realized, well, I need to store crap somewhere. This should be an object, and we should be storing that information in said object. This one, we are actually storing information elsewhere, but we're bringing stored information in from elsewhere, so that's why this exists. And we also don't need to store if our strings are good or not. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is, in this structure we're creating, called data, is we're gonna have a 2D array of doubles of input. So, and this actually is going to be an array. We're using a proper array this time. because we can't dynamically change this in the same way we can with the other stuff, or we shouldn't be. So double, and we're gonna do in. Then we're gonna have a 2D array doubles for expected values, otherwise known as targets. And we might have another version of this later on, by the way. I know we will have multiple versions of this down the road. And we're gonna call this float. Oh, not float, double. TG. Sorry, I'm still in my Unreal mind space, so floats to me are doubles all the time. And then we're gonna have the number of inputs, and that's a uint32, and number, or I'm gonna call this n input or inputs. I don't want to use number here because I've already used number of inputs elsewhere. Then we're gonna have we're going to do a couple of these. Number of hidden neurons, single layer. And this is uint32t and hidden sing. And that will make more sense in just a moment once I fix this typo. That won't make sense after I fix the typo, but we're going to do after that is 2D array of ints for number of hidden neurons. No, it's not a 2D array. 1D array. It's a 1D array of ints. And this is our multi-layer version. Alright, and we'll call this one, well, can I actually do it this way? There we go. And hidden multi. Okay. And then we're gonna do the number of output neurons. And this will be uint32t and output. And then no, sorry. I was thinking, because I know what it is going to be. It's going to be the number of rows stroke features, whatever we're putting into the thing. And I was thinking about that in comparison to the hidden layers. I'm like, oh, is there an easier way to do that? No, those numbers might not line up. Because I was thinking very simple systems, and I was playing in my head what more complex systems look like. So what we need to know is the number of features, or rows, in our data set. And this is going to be uint32t rows. Actually, I'm going to switch up my casing style here, just so I know that this is something different than my normal stuff, which is why I didn't capitalize any of this. Alright, so that is the structure. And actually, I put this in the wrong spot, so I'm going to cut this, and I'm just going to paste this. You know what? It is going in the namespace. Okay. So for our methods, we need to return the number of lines in a file. Let me fix that typo. So we're going to do a uint32t again, and it's going to be lines. And we're going to pass in a file, const file. We need to read in the line from the file. And this is going to be a character pointer to whatever is in the file called readLine. And again, we need a file. So let's start with those two. So for our return the number of lines in file, we have a nice little macro built in already that we can use. Let me just pop over to the correct window. I don't want to code that in there just because the number of lines it's going to take up. So let's get rid of the return for now. And we're going to do int ch, and then we're going to use the macro end of file. So if you're not familiar, EOF is end of file. And it is a defined constant. It's actually defined at runtime when it's reading the file, but we don't have to do any of the work for that. All right, and then we're going to create some local variables, uint32t, called lines, so the number of lines, which will default out to 0. And then we're going to look to see if we're on a new line. So for that, we're going to use a uint32 called PC, and we're going to define this one in a very fun way as new line. All right, so what we want to do is loop through to the end of the file. So we're going to do while, and then we're going to do our ch, end of line, is equal, or sorry, we're going to get the end of line, we're going to make sure we're not already at the end. So while ch is equal to get c file, and we're going to make sure this is not equal to EOF. What we're going to do then is we're going to detect if we have reached the end of the line, and if we have, we will increment the array. So if ch equals new line. So remember, character is what we're currently reading in. We do define it as the end of file to begin with, but when we check, is this actually end of file? No. Is it a new line? Yes. Well, then we will increment lines, which is what we have here. If not, well, then it's equal to whatever's there. I mean, it's going to be equal to whatever's there either way. Okay. I skipped the semicolon there. And then what we'll do, and this is, like, you've all probably written this sort of stuff out before, so I'm not sure why I'm explaining it. Force a habit, I guess. We'll do lines plus plus. I mean, this is what the channel is for, but given the advancedness of this topic, I'm assuming most of you have written this stuff out. Given that K-Beard just automatically came in, saw what I was doing with that when I said it should be a classman. Yes, it should be. You know, I'm assuming you guys know this stuff, so sorry if I'm saying things that are obvious. This is more for people who have not done this sort of stuff before. Sorry, that's actually in the wrong spot. I was like, huh? Okay. So, this is while it's not the end of the line. If we are at the end of the line and, you know, PC is not equal to end of the, is not equal to new line, then we are at the end of the file. We increment lines. We're done. We now need to close the file up, of course. And then we return lines. Okay. So that's returning lines. Let's go back here. Let's also close out the parts that we're not working on. And let's take this read line. And what we're going to do for read line is, I'll define it first. Yeah, I'm making weird faces about my own stupidity, but the first thing we're going to do. All right. Like usual, I'm just going to collapse the ones we finished just so I don't have to, like, scroll through stuff. Right. So, again, we're going to get rid of the pointer. We're going to start with an int character
and it's going to again be end of file. We're going to do uint32 t, and then we will do reads uint32 t size, and we're going to do the size of a character, which is 128 bits. So this is in bits. And then while you're giving, okay, yeah. Then we're going to do character as a pointer line is equal to character, or cast to character type, because we're going to dynamically allocate memory, so malloc. And then we're going to pass in the size. So we're dynamically allocating memory based on the number of bits a character takes, or sorry, set into bits, and then the size of character. I'm not sure why I got that backwards, because in my notes it says bits size of character next to it, and then in my pseudocode there, it's multiply size by character size. So I was very confused. And yes, I do have pseudocode on the other screens. So again, we're casting to character for allocating memory for this variable. That's all. Again, you probably have done this before. This is some rather simple stuff once you get past writing simple programs, like the training programs we all tend to write. And we're going to do while character equal get file. And this is not equal. I'm not sure what's going on with that key. It does that every so often. And ch is not the end of the file. We are going to update reads. Or sorry, we're going to update. We're going to read the line in. Not sure how better to explain that until we start writing the code. So we're going to take lines. And this is a array, remember. So we're going to use reads. And it's line, not lines. What line are we in? What line are we reading? We increment that line through, and we store that in ch. Right. We then do if reads +1 is equal to size. Then we want to resize the memory block from malloc to match what is needed. So if it is too small, we're doubling the size really. So resize memory to match what is needed when allocation was too small. And we will double the size to do this. So if what we're trying to read in is bigger than what we have storage for in memory, what we're going to do then is update line again. So we did it first here where we declared it and then said how much space it can have. And we're going to, again, cast a character. We're going to do reallocation, so relic. And we're going to pass in line. And then we're going to take size. And we're going to multiply it by size by 2. And then we're going to multiply this by size of character. So all we're doing is taking this bit here. We've already done, we've already assigned this to line, we're casting to character, and we're taking what we did previously and we're just doubling the size. That's all. I think it's a fairly simple concept. And then when we reach the end, so we're going to end with a null character. Ends a null character at the end of a line. We're going to do lines reads equals 0. Line read. Sorry, we're reading in lines, but we're reading them in one at a time. And then we're going to return line. Oh. There we go. Now, this might give us a little bit of a warning here, and that warning tends to be something around dereferencing, but it shouldn't be a problem, really. Okay. So we've read in the line. Now we need to store the data we're reading. So we need to build a 2D array. Sorry, I actually had to think if it was 2D or not. I was drawing it out of my head. And for that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a 2D array for the network to parse later. We're going to write a parse function to examine, test, train with. So this will be used in training, testing, and actual application. Now again, we're gonna have multiple versions of this. This is if you're putting in a text file. I always like starting with a text file before I move on to other methods of setting this up because it's just the easiest way to test it. Easiest way to test it being a keyword. You know, the first time I ever worked with MATLAB, the first time I ever did machine learning professionally was during my PhD, and that was in MATLAB. Anybody who's ever worked with MATLAB already is like probably groaning in fear or screaming, please, please, please let no one know I know how to use MATLAB, because people like beg for help in research if you know how to use MATLAB. Fortunately, I am so removed from MATLAB now, I'd actually have to probably relearn it. That said, I interviewed with the company. Didn't get the job, clearly. Yeah, no, they've done some massive updates since I actually last used it, and I would actually have to relearn it. But the first time I ever worked with MATLAB, or the first 5 years I was working with MATLAB, trying to read in data was very much like doing this. It had to build, these functions were built in, but when you write these sort of functions, the way the files have to look that you're sending in are very, very particular. And when you're used to working with a data management package that's built into your data analysis package, it's jarring as crap having to format a text file and not being able to use a CSV or use SPSS. Screw Minitab. Anyone who likes Minitab, please leave the chat now. You are wrong as a human being, and you need to leave. I am so sorry, Sam. I mean, MATLAB is one of the... Ooh. Don't get me wrong, like, MATLAB is beautiful, and I love working with MATLAB when I'm doing, like, fMRI work, because I like their SPM, but when it comes to coding, and not like batch coding where they've already had the thing in there and I'm just literally setting up like a wrapper in a scripting language. Say away. Evil. Evil MATLAB. Evil. Joking. It's not evil. It's actually a really useful tool. It has a lot of really good applications. Like I mentioned SPM earlier. It's just the particular what I was using it for. I could do in Excel faster. Until we got into the machine learning stuff and into the SPM stuff. So SPM in this case is referring to how we resize MRI images so that, actually we resize them around a French woman's brain, by the way, if you didn't know this, for studies. When you get an MRI or an fMRI, they don't resize the image. They don't need to. It's your brain. We're looking at you as an individual. When you're in an MRI or fMRI study, all the brains have to be resized so they're roughly the same. And they use their French ones for this. Anyway, like their SPM package is brilliant. I've used the all leading 3 SPM packages. I prefer MATLAB. The person who taught me to use fMRI, MATLAB is their second favorite. And they're a leading researcher in... or a leading fMRI researcher. Their postdoc, who's not a postdoc anymore, I actually taught with them for a couple of years afterwards, prefers MATLAB. Funny part was neither knew they had a batch function. Oh yeah, this is gonna take you all day to do. Here's the training data. It's only 5 of them, but it's gonna take you all day. 30 minutes later, I walked out of the room. Like, are you going to the bathroom? Like, looked at my supervisor. This was my actual PhD supervisor as well, by the way. Well, one of my PhD supervisors. Looked at her and went, no, I'm done. She goes, how's that possible? I'm like, I just told it to do everything. She goes, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, there's a button where you literally can tell it step by step what to do. So when you resize an image, it's like 5 steps, and they're very long steps. They'll probably take all day. You have to sit there and watch it. And so I showed her, and she's like, holy crap. Like, how do you know it's right? And like, here's the first, step in batch. So it's a batch of 5 steps. Here's step 1 already done. Here's what it looks like. It matches what you have. There's step 2. There's step 3. And she goes, show me how you did this. It was bad. Had to use R. I love R. Like, R is honestly probably my favorite data analysis software package out there, bar none right now. But that's because R, minus one thing. There is one thing I really, really hate about R. And I really, really hate, well, I don't hate about R. I hate about R programmers. And yes, I code in R. I do data analysis in R. R has the same problem as MATLAB does. It is an analysis package only. Well, MATLAB is also a programming utility as well. So is R, I guess. But the interfaces are very different. But there's no data management system. That said, if you have a license for SPSS, you can use a bridge between R and SPSS, so you can write your R code in the SPSS syntax file, store all your data in SPSS, and it runs it through R. I believe there's also a macro for it for Excel. It costs the macro, but trust me, that cost is probably cheaper than the SPSS license. I mean, do you have a brain, Chica? All right, I need to take a quick break. I've been talking at you while doing this for nigh on 2 hours. I am going to stay here, though. I'm just going to open my window, and I'm going to sit outside my window. For those of you new to the channel, I have a very disgusting habit that I'm trying to break, especially while I have COVID. It's not going well, by the way. And I don't like advertise. Like, I'll gladly say I do it, and then I'll say what the habit is in a minute. But I don't like it on stream because it isn't the right place for it. It isn't the right environment, so I don't like visually doing it. I'll still be here talking. I'll just turn the camera off. And that is, I smoke. And I'm working on quitting. It's not going well. In fact, I've regressed the past few days because I'm so stressed from being sick. But I'm gonna turn my camera off. I'm still gonna be here. I'll be able to read the chat. I'm just going to, you're also gonna hear some weird sounds. That's the window opening, me getting out of the chair and climbing onto the windowsill. I always wonder what my neighbors think when they see me just stick my body half out a window. Probably less weird than what I used to do when I lived in Sheffield. And my friends were too worried about me wandering drunk onto the busy street we lived on. It's like, you can't leave to have a cigarette. I'm like, I'm sitting in the window box, out the window. My course was statistics, and I had to use R, SPSS, and MATLAB. Sam, whatever course you were on, I love it automatically. Wait, when you say course, sorry, because I live in the UK, and I'm moving the mic, which is why my voice is going weird. Because I live in the UK, and I am American educated originally, do you mean by course your program that you studied in, UK term, or do you mean course as in the particular statistics class you took, which would be the US version of the word course, just to make things more confusing? But I honestly think if you're doing statistics, you need to learn to do it in multiple packages. So I did stats during my undergrad in SPSS, Minitab, by hand, which is the best method to learn in, Excel to test the by hand training, And there was another package. It doesn't exist anymore, and I can't remember the name of it. Like, Minitab doesn't exist anymore, but I remember the name of it because I hated it that much. Seriously, if you're using Minitab, just use Excel. It's more accurate. R didn't come out until after my master's degree as a sort of thing. It was coming out during my master's degree. I remember hearing about it in the second year of it. During my PhD, we did MATLAB. R. Actually, I wrote the R class with a bunch of friends, colleagues. And then, so it was it's a class on possibilities. Or probabilities, probably. I actually, when I give my probabilities lecture, which is like when I write my own like introduction to stat modules or classes, the third lecture is always probabilities for me. Third or fourth, depending on the way I structure things. But it's very early on, and I literally start this with, okay, this is gonna hurt your brain. This could be an entire semester on its own. Here's probabilities. Actually, probability statistics. So inferential statistics. Well, inferential doesn't always have to be probability. You can use, I'm blanking on the non-parametric type of thing there. You actually might really enjoy my machine learning class that I'm doing for Udemy, because like the introduction to it is literally there's a lecture called Noise, where I went, so for anyone who has a data scientist or data analysis background, has done a statistics class, these concepts might seem familiar because this is statistics. And you now know how much I have been cutting from these lectures, because I can give a 3-hour rant on noise alone. Actually, sorry, I can give a 9-hour rant on noise alone. And in my classes, I tend to have 3 lectures, each 3 hours, on noise and handling noise and what noise really means and how to avoid noise. I mean, you can't avoid noise completely, but you can reduce the amount of noise in your data. If I go back, I'm never doing that course again. See, the thing with stats, and this is the thing, stats is like programming. It's logic-based, and the problem with it is, out of all of my stats lecturers, colleagues who teach it, etc., I can count on one hand, the number of people who I think teach it superbly, so that anybody at any level can understand it. I can count on the remaining fingers of that one hand and the next hand the number of people who I think teach it at what I think is a great level. But for the vast majority, I think a lot of stats people who teach stats, in my experience, and this is a key here, my experience, don't teach it well. And I used to be a really good stats teacher. I'm apparently not as good as I used to be, because my ratings on my teaching for it have gone down over the last couple of years. But that also could be due to work stress, making it go down. But Sam, why didn't you like that class? Besides, MATLAB. Also, if you don't have SPSS, there is PSPP, which is an awful program, but it's a freeware knockoff version of SPSS. And yes, I literally just inverted the letters to PSPP. K-Beard, are you okay, man? Like, seriously, are you okay? Or are you just masochistic? I can't think of any introduction to stats that ever covers Markov or Bernoulli. Then again, to be fair, in the UK, I know of one university, and I only know this university because I have a lot of respect for this person. This guy writes stats papers and explains stats in his papers.
his writing is superb. He would be on my list of great if I had actually seen him teach it to undergrads. I've only ever read his work, and I've met him and have had him give guest lectures to other academics, and that's Zoltan Danash. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. And I can't remember what university he's at. He wrote a paper called, he wrote a paper on using Bayesian statistics in support of null hypothesis testing for determining when you get a non-significant result, if it is truly non-significant, or if it is a type 2 error, so a false negative. But every university in the UK that I've taught at, that I've attended, does not actually teach statistics. They teach, quote unquote, research methods, which is how to use SPSS. Oh God, yeah. You're new here, so you don't know my thing about artists. Artists are wizards and sorcerers and voodoo practitioners, and they do weird magic that I can't explain or do. I can just tell you if it's pretty or not. And I think all artists have to be masochists, because the amount of stress it makes me have when I do it. It was confusing, and my professors weren't teaching. Yeah, it can be. It is a very, very confusing topic. Sorry, I'm now back in front of the computer. And it can cause some. Yeah, I get that. I do get that. I'm almost tempted to write a course for Udemy on statistics because I know it, and I've been teaching it for years, and I love it. But the thing with it is, I don't want to, for one reason. And this is what I think makes a good stats teacher. Being able to explain the same idea with more than 3 examples. Because if a student doesn't get it with example 1, the second time you say it, because like the first time they're still processing things, so yeah, I'll use the same example a second time. But if they don't get it at that point, that example isn't working. Move on to another example. The number of professors I had who just stared at me like I was an idiot. It's like, no, I don't understand your example. And yes, I did self-censor because I don't have a bleep button. I don't understand your example. It's not I don't get this. Your example makes no sense to me because... Okay, for those of you who are in the UK, when you're in the US and you're doing your education at university, like I took stats modules, so I'm saying modules for the UK folks. Any American listening, hear the word course instead. I took stats modules for statistics in 3 different departments. In my department, so the area I was studying in, which was neuroscience and psychology, because I'm a neuroscientist and psychologist by trade. In the math department, and in the computer science department. The math one, oh my god. Outside of the Russian woman who was 6'1", she was my height. I'm 6'1". The math department lecturers and you ask a question, they look at you like you're an idiot. Like, no, dude, I've already taken a class covering this topic, and I already have 100%. Like, I got 100% on my stats modules. I know this topic. This isn't me being dumb. Your example is based on a concept you taught in a different class. I didn't take that class. I didn't take that module. I don't know what you're on about. It happened many times that our next professor said the way of solving is wrong. So that thing, that there, I actually tell students about this. When I have research students, no matter what level they're at, I tell them something. And this is because me and another academic got into a slight debate. It wasn't even a debate. We have a difference of opinions about grading a dissertation, a master's degree or master's dissertation or master's thesis. And they use a particular approach, and that student used an approach I like. The second marker, because all master degree theses get marked once by the initial marker and once by another marker, and then when we discuss the grade, if we don't agree, and we agree upon a grade, they use a different approach. And they're like, oh, I don't like this approach, but they didn't mark the person down for this.
In statistics, just like in programming, there are upwards of dozens. Like, and one particular approach I can think of like a couple hundred ways to do the same thing. And it's all down to the philosophy. So when it comes to human behavior in terms of data analysis, so like when I'm doing my neuroscience side of it, and I'm looking, sorry, not my neuroscience, so I'm doing my psychology side of things, and I'm looking at human behaviors, attitudes, and opinions, I am what's known as a purist. I don't like data transformation. I don't like bootstrapping. I don't like removing outliers unless I can demonstrate that the outlier should not have been there. Like, it's an actual glitch in the data, like it's an invalid entry, or, you know, if it's a reaction time and it's over a second, then the person is clearly sneezing, coughing, or doing something. Reaction times, you're looking at milliseconds. So I'm a purist. Whereas my colleague, the one I'm thinking about, isn't. They take a very different approach to it. And as a result, the methods we use and the formulas we use and the approaches we use vary drastically. Now, when it comes to machine learning, I take a more stochastic approach. And I will, of course, with machine learning and AI and neural networks, you are, of course, engaging in data transformation. That's the entire point of a neural network. I felt the same about programming. Everything is art. Yeah, I'm going to come back to that part of that sentence in a moment. I do have one critique about that. And funnily enough, this goes back to my U.S. education thing. Everything is art. The absence of being able to create and apply the methods one is taught is a massive shortfall in education. So, in the U.S., again, when you're doing education at university level, you take a lot of things outside of your topic. And the type of university you go to says how much you're taking outside of your topic. Like, if you're at a lib art university, you're taking 1/3 in your area and 2/3 in a smattering of other areas. Now, I started at one university, which I left due to just gross... I don't know how to explain this, but I'm going to tell you very quickly 3 short things about this professor that made me leave this university. 1, she admitted to stealing from students. 2, she bully browbeat me in class and said I was an idiot for my interpretation of a piece of literature. The author of that published piece of literature in an interview said anyone who had her interpretation, she didn't name that person, they didn't know her, is wrong and has clearly missed the point of the thing, and the actual interpretation is what I had said. Again, she doesn't know me, the author doesn't know me, she didn't mention me, it's just literally in the thing, she says, oh, what does this story mean? And she gives what she meant the story to mean, and then she commented, I've heard people say it's about this, and like, no, you completely missed the point. That's what that professor did. 40 minutes bully browbeating me in front of the class, calling me an idiot. Yeah, she was wrong. And the reason I left the university, the straw that broke the camel's back, my best friend died. I got permission to leave, to take time off to attend the funeral. One class. I was going to miss one class of everything I was doing that term to go to this funeral. Every other professor said, fine, yes, your friend died, go to the goddamn funeral. You don't even need to ask, just go. She said, if you go, I'm going to fail you on this module. University supported them. I left. But in my first year at that university, I took an art class, took photography, and black and white photography. And this is, like, honestly, at that point, disposable cameras were still a thing, and not some, like, niche thing. Smartphones weren't out yet, by the way, at this point. This is how old I am. Anyone who thinks I'm young, no. And the art professor, in his first lecture, said to us, if you turn in a piece of garbage, and he didn't use that word, he used a much stronger word, and you tell me it's art, you damn well better be able to tell me what rule you violated and why. Or it's a piece of garbage. Again, not the word he used. And that's true. And everything is art. It's the when we're talking about programming is logic, it is science, but when we do it, when we actually are sitting down and coding, as you've seen, it is idiosyncratic. Each of us codes differently. We might have similarities in some of the things we do. Each of us make different choices. that idiosyncratic application of it is art. Same with medicine. Medicine is prescriptive in text. It is scientific in research. It is not artistic in any sense. But the second you or anybody else goes in to see a doctor, then it is art. It is art in the sense that bedside manner is art. The interaction is art. Me, when I'm talking to a patient, not a medical doctor, psychologist, when I am talking to a patient and I am explaining neuroscience or psychological theory, I am translating the science of it into something that someone who doesn't have that background can understand. And that is the artistry of the delivery of medicine and healthcare and psychological care. It is idiosyncratic. Way I deliver a hard science is going to be different than how somebody else with the same training delivers it. Just poof, so old. How old are you? He's really old. Almost so old that he disappears into nothing, like the old Star Wars characters. Now I'm more curious to know. Yes and yes. Nothing. So yeah, no, I'm in my mid-30s. Smartphones came out, like the first iPhone came out the year I graduated university. Technically it came out the year before, same academic year, to be clear. I got my first smartphone after I graduated. It was a Samsung, I think it was Samsung at least. It was one of the ones that, because I remember when you had T9 texting, like I honestly, like I could T9 text without looking, like I knew where the keys were. I have to look when I text now. So I got a smartphone that had one of the drop down, pull out keyboards on it. Wow, Sam, you're actually the first person to guess my age correctly based on my looks. Most people class me as being in my 20s. So thank you. I feel happy that I actually look my age now, finally. Technically I'm not 35 yet. Just give it a couple of months, then I am 35. But yeah, no, a lot of people go, oh, like I had somebody, like, and Chica was here for this, who went, oh, by the time of your voice, I think you're like 18, 19, 20. I'm like, and this is when I was like 33, and I'm like, yeah, no. That was a while ago for me. That was like a decade and some change. All right, so now that I'm back and I'm done doing the nasty smoking habit, we're gonna do double, and this is gonna be a pointer, and it's gonna be called new 2D. We're gonna pass in a const int 32. I can't remember. There was a couple of people who said that. One of them was 20th year of prison in Alabama, probably. I read Albanian. Funny part is, the first time I read that, I read Azkaban. I was like, why are we bringing up Harry Potter? But one of the people that said it was Shaka, whatever that person's name was, the one who always was demanding help on various game jams he was getting into. I was figuring, or actually around Trika, like between 26 to 28. And I'm basing that also on the fact that I know you have a wife and things like that kind of stuff. Or at least you claim to. I'm assuming you do. This will be called rows in, and then we're going to do const. Wow. uint 32t, and we're going to do columns in. LM, welcome in, by the way. How are you doing today? Alright. So, for new 2D. I'm waiting to see if we're right on our age guess, by the way, now, Chica. By the way, I say Chica or Chika. It is Chica, but I, for some reason, get it wrong. And I'm trying to correct myself on that and not say his actual name. See, based on your university sentence earlier, I thought you were going to be 21. That's the funny part. Like, oh, you're going to be 21. And then I thought about it more. I'm like, maybe he went to university late. And, he got married first and all this other stuff. So maybe my original guess was right. Actually, the first time I heard your voice, I hate to say this, I thought you were 14. And then I remembered you're married. I'm like, yeah, no, he's not 14. But that was because when I first heard your voice, the sound was so bad that when I then heard you later on that same day, it definitely was, it did sound like what I heard when the first 5 things you said to me, the sound was so bad that I didn't recognize your voice when you spoke later on. Alright, so we need to allocate rows. So what we'll do is allocate the rows. You are so young, Sam, that life hasn't even broken you yet. That's amazing. You can still have joy in your life. Wait, joy is real? I thought that was just a lie we told people. Oh shit, there are people here. We shouldn't be saying this out loud. Delete the mod! Delete the mod! Alright, we're gonna do float. We're gonna do row equals, and then we're gonna cast to a float type, and then allocate this in memory, or casting to allocate in memory. We're gonna pass in rows in, and we're just doing what we did before. And we're gonna do size of, and then double. Size. Okay, that E issue is gonna drive me crazy. So literally, it's the same thing that we did here. Give you a guess what's gonna happen in a minute. Okay. And we're gonna do next is a for loop. So this is the rows. We need to do the columns. So we're gonna do size. Sorry, let me just quickly comment this out. Allocate for columns in the row. All right, so we're gonna do size t. I is equal to 0. I is less than rows in. Then we increment I each time we iterate through this loop body. And we're gonna go to that particular row that we just defined up here. And we are going to allocate, we're literally just doing the same thing up here. So we're gonna take all of this and just paste it here. And then we're gonna change this to columns in. And then, sorry, it's row, not rows. And then we return row. All right, why are you giving me an error message? Oh. Sorry, I did float instead of double. Okay. And that also should be double. And that should not be, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. So now we have our array for our data. Right, what we need to do next after we get our array is we need to create our data type. So what we're gonna do here is create, or wow, I just saw the E issue there, and I deleted the wrong letter, and the issue here. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're going to create new data type. And so this is gonna return type data. We're gonna call this n data for new data. Actually, I'm just gonna call this, we'll do n data, because I don't wanna use my normal naming convention here for this utility. It's uint32t, and it's number of inputs. Const uint32t, number of outputs. And it's also should be outputs in and inputs in. Sorry, this part should follow my normal naming convention. And then const uint32t rows in. Okay, so let's define this now that we've declared it. But before we do that, why are you giving me an error? Oh. Comma. And let's hop over here and add that comma in there. Okay. Sorry, I just accidentally minimized the chat. Dude, you are very funny. LM, don't tell Chica this. He thinks he's funny, and every so often, like a broke clock, he is right twice a day. Don't feed his ego. Joy is a lie. Dude, joy is a lie after you leave like age 3. It's not like 30. Like, you're off by a factor of 10, buddy. Thank you, Trend. Yeah, the one that we all want. Never mind. You know I love you. I'm giving you a hard time. All right. Why are you still being weird over here? You know what? We're gonna just delete that and just on the safe side. That is not what I meant to click. Hey, we're still getting the same error. I'm just gonna build to see if that gets rid of the error. Nope, we're still getting the same error. Oh. No? Just let me try something real quick. There we go. Forgot about that. Okay, so what we do here is we're just going to delete that part of it. We're going to do const data and notice I just made that lowercase because we're going to create a data type called data. And for this, we have, I'm just going to go over here because I can't remember the order I've done them in. There we go. Oh, I skipped a part of this. That's fine. We'll come back to it later. We'll do so it's the 2D. So there's our new 2D we're using. So it's new 2D rows in, number of inputs in. And then our next one is our targets. So that'll be new 2D, the number of rows in. So what we're expecting to have out, and the number of that we're actually expecting to get out of it. Okay, that wording is confusing. Let me try to reword that. Rows in should be the same for inputs and outputs, even if the number of inputs and number of outputs are different. You might have 256 inputs and 10 outputs. 256 pixels passed in for recognition of numbers. Heck, it might even be one neuron depending on how you do your outputs. So you're still passing in the same number of information, the same number of bits. If it's going to multiple neurons or not, might be different. Thus, rows in versus numbers of inputs in. And you might be getting different amount of information out. Thus, rows versus output there. Our second one is a number of inputs, so we can literally just pass in number of inputs in. The next one is our hidden single. So I'm making a face because... You know what? Give me 1 second. I'm just looking over my notes on something really quickly. Also, for some reason, a YouTube video started playing in the background. I'm trying to mute it. There we go. Not mute it, turn it off. I accidentally clicked, I was clicking over to the chat, and I accidentally clicked the video. Okay, sorry, what do you say? It's been 4 years, we've known each other, and I feel like the Rihanna the guy situation... I start on him, and he makes a song and dance about it. I have no idea what the crap you're on about there, actually. Like, I get it's a reference to something, but I'm like, duh? What do you mean there, buddy boy? Yeah, no, sorry, yeah. Pop culture references and me are, something dark side. So I'm just trying to scrub through something to find what I'm looking for. My first exposure to neural networks was through art. The Sefer Yezer, the Tree of Sephirot. Just food for thought. I would love to hear your thoughts on it someday. So, with regards, so LM, I'll come to yours in a second. Yours is going to be the longer answer, by the way. And I gave a very, very long rant about it earlier. Like, I've answered this a couple of times, and I always give this rant. I like this rant. But, K-Beard, I know of what you're talking about, and I've read about it. I actually haven't seen it. Oh, my God, I know what you're talking about now. The bar I used to work at when I was a bartender, had a drink named after that, actually. I'm not joking. And when you ordered it, you got slapped. Yeah. Not my idea, by the way. Funny part is, that's the bar that Obama launched his political career in the U.S. Before I worked there. And Tina Fey lied in her book that chili was nasty. Also, the new owner who ran it into the ground did it because he didn't know how to run a business, and he thinks he does, and he's an egotistical little control freak who doesn't understand that he's a control freak, and his daughter is also a horrible human being. By the way, his daughter, out of every single employee who got referenced in Yelp reviews, the daughter was the only person ever named in a review. Out of every single person we can identify in a review who wasn't named, there was a smattering of positives and negatives. The daughter had no positives. Yeah. So when I was a bar manager, sorry, Ellen, I will come back to your question. one of the nights I was working there, one of the regulars, who's also, this was like the year before I started my PhD, one of the regulars was a physicist doing his PhD in physics, but he was a gin connoisseur, like a legitimate gin connoisseur. Like, he worked for a gin company, that's how he paid for his PhD, as a connoisseur. Like, he knew his gin. More power to him. And he came in, and he ordered a vermouth. Sorry, not vermouth. I would just like to drink straight vermouth, because I hate my life. So he came in, and again, mind you, I'm a bar manager. Not a bartender, bar manager. I've done the tending part. I am tending bar, because the manager also does that, but I'm a bar manager. He comes in, orders our martini. Fairly easy drink to make. I get my shaker, I ice it up, I put it in my ice box while I get everything else ready, because not the ice shaker. I get his glass, I ice it up, put it in my ice box to let it chill while I make the martini. I pour in my, there's a gin martini, not a vodka, I want to be clear. Pour in my gin, put a splash of my vermouth in, because he didn't order a dry one. Daughter walks in and goes, "Oh, do you know how to make a martini? There isn't vermouth unless a person asks for it." Really loudly in front of the entire bar. And you need to go ask the customer. Because she is, so I'm a bar manager. She is the bar manager. Superseding, like, I don't have seniority over her. Me and her started around the same time. However, superseding everybody who has seniority on her. And we're talking about has seniority on her, we're not talking about a couple of days. The next nearest person in bartending seniority at this point had 2 years experience on her. Anyway, so, not wanting to cause a scene and not wanting to have drama, I walk over to the guy and go, "Do you want vermouth in your martini?" And, like, I'm trying not to laugh my ass off. God kind of reminds me of a slightly smarter version of Chica here. Joking, Chica. Sorry, I had to be a dick. And I know he is going to say something brilliant. Very loudly, and without looking at me, looking over towards she's sat in front of the bar at a bar stool, looking over at her, goes, "I ordered a martini, not gin." All I needed to hear. Same person, by the way. So that bar was split into 3 bars. Like, there was the main one in the main restaurant, which is where Obama launched his career. There's the one behind us, or it was behind that one, like literally the next door neighbor to it. From the layout, but the entrance was literally behind. That one is the one where that drink I just mentioned was served, the one with the slap you got. And then one across the street. And I particularly managed the one across the street. And that had a POS, point of sale system, so old that, well, let's just put it this way. You had to do the math by hand to use that point of sale system. You can get a tin can and put money in there and handwrite receipts faster than that damn system worked. But I was literally the only person employed there who knew how to use it. Because the other people who knew how to use it, who had more seniority than said person, quit. I'll read what he's talking about, because I know he's answering your question, Elam, which is why I'm considering the story. So I was leaving to come to the UK to do my PhD, so I wrote up a manual on how to run that bar, how to use the POS, the setup, and the rules for that bar. Now, that bar had a very particular thing, and there were actual legitimate rules. Otherwise, you'd be refunding people. And not just the drinks, you'd be refunding their entire meal. Not going to go into details because I don't want to actually fully dox the place. Like, I've mentioned Tina Fey and Obama. You can Google and work out what bar it is. It doesn't exist anymore. It's closed down. Actually, I think the main one closed down. Not sure what happened to the part I managed, if that actually got torn down, but the main one and the one behind it did get torn down like 2 years ago. They've been closed like 4 or 5 years. But I wrote this manual on how to use this POS and everything about the bar, and I turned it in, gave it over, and my last day said bar manager, this daughter person I've been referring to, goes, "Oh, I don't need your help," and throws it in the bin. Okay. So what do I do the next day when I know that bar is going to be, that I know that bar is, that she is going to be closing that bar? I get thoroughly drunk at home, walk to the bar. It's like a 2-block walk, and continue to drink at said bar. I'm still getting staff discounts because everyone liked me, or everyone tolerated me, except for that person. And I get a call from them. I ignore it. I get a call from the landline of that bar. I actually answered on that one. I went, "You said you didn't need my manual. You didn't need my help. You're on your own," and hung up. Yeah. They had customers who they couldn't give change to because they forgot how to use a POS. The only reason I went over to help was because another person there, this woman who started after me, extremely lovely person, similar taste in music. She was the one who was going to be taking over eventually from me, but they didn't want me to train her, despite being the only person who knew how to use the system, and me having, worked with this person for a while now. So yeah, Anyway, we're way off topic. So to answer your question, let's see what Chica said. Neurons will elaborate, but for me, I bought a reputable book on C++, and that thing is massive. Did the first 6 chapters like 3 times before I understood the basic principles. Yes, repetition. Just practice and dedicate, and you'll get there. In my opinion, if you try to do it deliberately fast, you will miss something and make bad mistakes down the line from not fully understanding what you should. Hey, Chica, what's a header? Do you have 15 minutes to explain to me what a header file is? For anyone not getting that reference, Chica will probably yell at me in the chat. It's not about him. It's not a comment about him. It's a video I sent him from somebody else that's about 15 minutes long. I am a slightly smarter version of myself when I have caffeine, and it doesn't help at all. LM, if you understand how you learn best, that's true. So repetition and how you learn best. You have to work that out. Some people are better suited for different things. Probably ninja neurons on that, as he's a professional. You're accurate, and it is how you learn is how you learn. And by the way, the idea of people being kinesthetic versus visual versus whatever learners is outdated and inaccurate. Any developmental psychologist, and I'm not a developmental psychologist, can tell you that. But we each learn in different ways. We each process information differently. We each have different frames of reference. So it is about finding that frame of reference that works for you. Some people can learn from textbooks. I can for some topics. Other topics I can't. Some people can learn from videos. For some topics I can, some others I can't. But regardless of the method you use, Chika hit the nail on the head in 2 different ways with one of his first posts. Repetition. And he's talking about going over the chapters multiple times. Dude, there are parts that even I understand them. Like, I know I understand them. I can't teach them because I don't understand it at that level. I will actually redo my own training material, that the stuff I learned at that point, to get better at it. Like, I have a neural network textbook that I use for some algorithms, and every so often I get stuck on some concepts. I actually reread that chapter in the textbook, despite at this point pretty much having it memorized. And the other thing on top of repetition is make mistakes, get messy, and don't panic. Work out why it's wrong. And I think the key there is don't panic. I remember you raging during that. And the funny part was, like, because I had literally just raged at like a 40-minute video from this person on blueprints in Unreal. So I don't even think I sent you the video directly. I think I just sent you his channel and said pick a video. I think you picked the shortest video he had too, that wasn't an introduction video. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. By the way, I'm also still scrolling through my notes. Every time you see my hand up, I'm not scrolling through my notes. I'm just trying to find what the heck. A trend's gonna pop up with something. I'm downloading something from my my own Udemy course. Because I wrote this originally for the Udemy course, not all of this. This particular function, and my notes are missing something. And I can't figure out what I did with it. That is the wrong file I downloaded too. That makes things so much better. It doesn't. Ah, there's the right file. Okay. I'm now having a panic moment of, oh god, oh god, oh god. I need to go back and rewrite that video for Udemy because I've done it wrong. Oh god, I have done it wrong. Not on Udemy, on here. This isn't on the version I wrote. Hang on. Let me just go back to the file. Prep code. So if you ever see the word prep code in any of my files, it is code that is what I write before I do the recording. So when I do recordings, it's all, I've already done the code typically. Yeah, nope, I did it right there. I did it wrong here. We don't need this. Because we're just looking at the input outputs. That's all. Yeah, that was dumb of me. Yeah, we're gonna return something that isn't in the file. Unreal helped me get acquainted with terms, and it provided a nice feedback loop. See, Unreal is something like both me and Chica believe Unreal is actually, and Chica, correct me if you change your opinion on this, believe that Unreal is a great way to learn, so yeah, because we don't need the inputs, or the hidden, we don't need to actually store it there, and I can go back to what I was doing. We don't need to, sorry, me and him both believe it's useful for learning this stuff. He still needs to work with me to edit the videos he wanted to do for this channel, though. Alright, sorry about that. I don't know why I was thinking, oh, we need to store this information. Like, no, it's not going to be in the file. We can't store it. The file is literally our inputs. And thus the number of outputs we're expecting as well with that. So the next thing we need to do is parse this data. By the way, if you want to see the Udemy course I'm writing, just so I can have it up there, it's not done yet. So I'm still writing it. So like here's like what it looks like for the. Fuck you, Udemy, and I don't mind swearing on that one. All right. So like I already have 4 hours and 44 minutes recorded. Like you can see the setup. And things like that, like you can. I was downloading where I'm not sure which it was in, but my source file is in one of those. You've seen me pull the slides from this a few times actually on stream, to be fair. Yes, I was advertising for myself there for a minute. So, now to get the chat back on screen because I just pulled that off the tab. We're going to need to parse this data that we've read in. So we are going to parse data. I think if you want to learn C, you can learn C++. Oh yeah, yeah, sorry. If you're doing C, you have to do all your garbage collection. There are a lot of things that are missing in C++, sorry, in C that C++ has. That said, there are some things in C that I do prefer to C++. Like 2 things. And one of them we're gonna see today. But we're doing it in C++, so I'm just gonna gripe about it. So this is returning nothing, so it's a void. And we're just gonna call this parse because we're parsing the data. In fact, that's not helpful. Parsing the data that was read in. And we're gonna do const. Yeah, it's const. Data in. We're gonna do a character pointer to the line, a const uint32t for rows in, and that's it. And I did I hit comics. I said and. Oh, speaking of which, I know I'll get an error, but I just want to make sure that other error from earlier is gone. Oh, I forgot I turned off that warning. So I used to have my compiler set up that wouldn't compile if a function wasn't defined and wasn't abstracted out. So to parse, we need to create a column or columns, but we need to create a variable to store the number of columns. And we're going to do that by taking our number of inputs and our number of outputs. So if you think about it this way, if you think, let me just get an Excel thing open really quickly to show you this. If we have input 1, input 2, input 3, in 3, in 4, dot, 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 in n, or nth in. So remember, we have 256 in my earlier example, and we have 9 outputs. 10 outputs. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. So out 1, out 2, out nth. That's what we're doing. We're creating this sort of structure so that we'll have our inputs on one set of columns, or our various inputs on one set, and at the end we'll have the columns for our outputs. You could reverse this and do this as rows instead, but me brain does, yeah. So Sam, that is a very, very complicated question. When it comes to what language works best for machine learning, here's the question: what are you doing with it? Now, on your list, I'm automatically going to say no, not C#. At least not outside of game AI stuff. It works great in Unity for some of the things. If you are wanting to optimize your own algorithms, then C++ is what you need. If you are fine using other people's optimized algorithms, in other words, you are using TensorFlow, for example, then you are going to be working in Python. However, to be very clear on this, TensorFlow is not written in Python. It is written in C++. C and C++ are the language that most machine learning libraries, outside of those in MATLAB and R, the most commonly used ones, are written in. They are used with a wrapper that is usually a Python wrapper. Yeah, the joys of being able to speak over you, though. You don't have an actual voice, you're just typing. So when you are looking at the underpinnings of, say, TensorFlow, it is all in C++. When you are working with it, you are coding in Python, but you are limited to what you can do. The lower the level of the language, the faster the language tends to be when it's written well. And machine learning, therefore, is typically written in one of the two lowest languages, C or C++. C#, however, is typically not used, even though it is a superset at the same sort of lowness as C++, because it lacks the hybrid features implemented in C++, and all the object-oriented stuff that it has exists in C. And thus, you're just carrying around a bloat of an extra part of a library you're not using, because you end up just using the C functions in C#. Any variation that makes it C sharpish doesn't give you any benefit or detriment compared to using C. As for C++, well, when I create my vectors, I use actual vectors. That's a benefit over C. Now, a lot of people, when they're doing it in C, and they're creating their vectors, because vectors don't exist in C. Sorry, when I say vectors, I'm using it in two different ways. I'm talking about an actual 2D vector, like what we're creating here. Versus, or what we created earlier. This is not a 2D, this is a 1D part. Versus, what we would call an array. Wait, no. Sorry, a vector in machine learning is actually the 2D vector of data, the actual definition of what a vector is. That's one of the reasons I prefer it in C++ than, say, C, because I like actually having that. But when you're doing it in C, you use pointers like you're seeing me do right now. I'm actually using more of a C style just because it's easier for this part. I don't like that when it comes to the actual algorithms. I think they can be less optimal than I want them to be. But it's about optimization and speed. That's why we started this series with writing the randomizers. Because the rand function is so damn slow that I don't want to use it. Like, it is really slow. And if you don't believe me, I have an example bit of code with the genetic algorithm built in, and it's just pattern classification for a very simple maximization for a very simple function, mathematical function that is. And I run it at 1,000 generations just as tests. I can actually tell the difference without knowing. I'll have friends change out the enum, which random number generator it's using. Is it using my XOR shift, or is it using rand, or is it using LCG? LCG and XOR shift are harder to tell apart than from each other, but you can tell both apart from the rand function. It's that damn slow. All right, so as I said, we're creating a column, so we're going to do const uint32t cols for columns, and we're going to take data in. So that's this thing up here. And well, we have our number of inputs and our number of outputs. So that's what we need. So we're going to do number of, what did I call it? Oh, n inputs plus data in, and then n outputs. Yes, it is. In fact, I think Unreal redefined it as well with the LCG function, and I think they use the same writing style I did for that. Did they redefine it with LCG, or was that Unity that did that? Somebody did that. So we're gonna do for size t I equals 0, and we're gonna increment through each of these columns, parsing in the information that we need. So we're gonna go for the number of columns, or less than the number of columns, and we're gonna just increment each time we go through. So what we're going to do is we are going to use ASCII to float. Again, remember, we're storing these values as doubles. So we're going to go ASCII to float, so ATOF. We are then going to tokenize, and then we're going to look for delimitors. And we're going to start with the space delimiter with space. And if you want to have a CSV version, CSV would be, instead of with space, it would be that instead. Except in southern England where we don't pronounce A's properly, then it's just 3/4 the cost. I misread that the first time as where we don't mispronounce. So instead of don't pronounce, it was don't mispronounce. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that makes no sense. So, it's a very simple function we're writing, despite how that might look. We're going to take our char pointer here, or we're going to create a char pointer here called next token, because remember, we're tokenizing things later on, and we're going to just set this to null for now. Wait. Oh, yeah, no. I'm just going to do this. Null. Yeah. Okay. We are then going to do const double. And this is the value that we're going to actually be putting into that chart. Like I said, we want to do ATOF. ASCII to float. And what we are ATOFing, we are then going to, and I think I actually might need a new header for this one. Give me 1 second. I think we need C string for this to work. So let's just go. So yeah, we're doing it in here. So include C string. And I think we also need the string library itself. I know we do. That one I am sure that we need, but I'm just not gonna dick around with it. I'm gonna put both in. Yeah, we need ATOF for one of the two, because ATOF was freaking out at me, as you guys saw. I would be deaf by the time that bot was done with the first 5 minutes of my stream when you come in. So, we're going to tokenize it. So, we do string token. That's why we went to the string one. So, string token. So, str string, TOK, token. And we're going to slip from the C version we're using into the C++ version, because otherwise this editor yells at me. And we're checking, is the value we're looking at 0? And then if so, we go line, null, and then we go on to our next token. Here we go. So we have now tokenized it. So I'm actually gonna just change this to say, not what I wanted to do. Tokenize values. We then want to store the values. So to store the values, we're going to do is if I is less than the data in, no, not data, data in number of inputs, so n inputs, then we are going to store that in its row. So remember, do I have the Excel file still open? I don't. So remember, we have, say, 1 to 256 inputs and 10 outputs, all on one line. Those are our rows, our headers. If we are less than our inputs, then we're still in the input section. So we're going to... Sorry about that. So we're going to take from our data in, and we're going to go to our input line. We're going to do in, and then we go to rows in. Remember, this is a 2D, and I, and we store our value that we declared, or we tokenized, up here. If we are greater than the number of inputs, then we are in the output section of the data. So then we store for that bit in our target. So data in, then we do TG, that should not be in. Did I name it in? Oh yeah, input. Yeah, it's in. And then we do target, so our output. And the reason why we use target is because we're going to use it in two different ways instead of output. We're going to use it for both targets and outputs. We do rows in, and then we do I minus the data in value. Otherwise, we're just storing this in some really weird spot that doesn't line up, and we're setting it to value. Yes, I am slowly dying of the COVIDs, I feel like. All right, here we go. Now, LM, earlier, I was talking about some of the benefits of C++ versus C. One of the benefits is garbage collection and memory handling and access to that sort of stuff. Better than C++. But I am going to be paranoid here, and I'm going to free up memory. So I'm going to create a new function to do that, because remember, we've allocated memory in a couple of these. We've used malloc in a few, so we want to free up memory. And all we're doing is taking a data object off the heap. So I'm going to call this, it doesn't return anything, so it's void. I'm going to call this D for data free. And it's going to pass in, we're going to pass into it a const of type data. And I'm going to call this old data. All right. I'm sure you can make lewd jokes at my naming convention of D free. I'm as immature as my own audience is sometimes. So something like this makes life easier. Now, we have these lovely keywords we can use, and I do think they exist in C as well, but C tends to do this for you automatically. Oh, sorry, C++ tends to do this for you automatically. That's why I said I'm being paranoid. I'm doing this just to be on the safe side. I technically don't need to, because I am working in C++ instead of C. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do for size ti is equal to 0. I is less. So in my prep file for this, not my prep file, my prep notes for this, my pseudocode, I wrote this down wrong. I'm going to finish this sentence out, and then I'll tell you what I wrote. So I is less than old data rows. Then we increment I. Okay. So what I wrote in my prep file is do a loop where 0 is less than the rows. So it would have been an infinite goddamn loop, which I think is on so many various levels hilarious for some sick and twisted reason. But so what I'm doing here, you would have to do in C, by the way. In C++, I know it's going to be taken care of. So I am just doing this to be on the safe side. Technically, I don't even need to do this in C either, because this isn't where we've at. Sorry, technically this isn't where we've allocated the memory, so we don't need to use it. But when you allocate memory in C++, it will remove things from heap. Yeah, in statistics and in programming, paranoia. Because something's going to go wrong somewhere. Be conservative. Be paranoid. Sorry, to be very clear, when I use the word conservative here, I don't mean in the political sense of the word. I mean conservative as in the data scientist sense, which is you err on the side that you're wrong, or you've done something wrong, or that the data is wrong. And so you interpret things with caution, you proceed with caution, you add in paranoid checks like this. So being conservative when it comes to programming or a data scientist, good. If you want to tie that, like, you're less likely to make mistakes or to give wrong information. So old, you're also more likely to get false negatives, but it's a slightly greater chance than if you're not. You are significantly less likely to get false positives though, which is what you want to avoid. So in I, this is actually to help avoid a false negative, oddly enough. Okay, we're going to free that up at that index. And then we're going to do the same for the outputs. Now, here's the thing. Why am I doing this in a loop? I don't need to technically do this in a loop. I could just do what I'm about to do here. Are you on the wrong line? Okay, whatever. And that's going to be old data pin. You actually should be over here. Like, what the hell? Wait, no, you shouldn't be. I was right. What? Sorry, my brain was doing weirdness in my head. Free old data. TG. You could just do this. This is just being doubly paranoid. Right, so that takes us through our setup. How long have I been doing this for now? Because we have the game engine stuff to do still as well. Oh shit, 3 hours. Okay, we're gonna pause here on this because I need to do the game engine thing as well. We have a lot more to do with this, don't worry. But hey, we now have updated it. We are getting our utilities ready to read in data. Which also means at some point I need to create a file that I'll put on the GitHub for this. By the way, the links are in the description. But I need to create a file that will serve for our numbers. Actually, I don't need to create it. We can download it. Give me a second. I'm trying to see if I had the tab open still. Oh, hey, there's a plagiarized book. Sorry, it's not that I plagiarized a book. It's I found a book that I read years ago, was reading it, and I'm like, this isn't the same author. And I called the publisher up, who happens to be my publisher for my textbooks. And yes, I have a textbook deal. I have to finish the damn thing. I haven't finished it, to be clear. And went, hey, did you guys commission a new edition to this book? There's no differences between the two. And I went, no. I'm like, yeah, so someone's stolen the book and is claiming it's theirs. And they published it last year. The book is from like 1993 or 94. It's actually the first machine learning book I read, and it's the one I'm using as the structure for my Udemy course that I'm writing. We approach things differently, and my explanations are slightly better in some areas and slightly worse in other areas. But it's how most lecturers work, or most professors work. We use our knowledge plus a textbook. Textbook is just the anchoring point. It's what we do with it that, you know, is meant to give the final sort of thrust with stuff. Sorry, I don't have the tab open, so I'm just gonna go to my history because I know I've downloaded it recently to test it. What the heck was the name of it? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Simian? Like the monkeys? Samian? It's the UCI one. Give me a second. Ah, here it is. Okay. UCL, not UCI. So it's this. So this is probably what we'll be using. And we can use this and other things like this before we use images. So the way this one works, if we go to our data folder and we download the data, is it works the way I just literally described a second ago. This is the data we'd be reading in. Each one of these, okay, so I'm just gonna put a space in. And I'm just gonna double check. And I do have word wrap on, by the way, I think. No, I don't. Oh, I did have word wrap. I didn't have it on. So each 2 lines, by the way, is 1 number. So there are 200 and, is it 256? Yep, we have 256 inputs. And then we have at the very end of each row, or each, yeah, this is a row. So these two lines is really one line. One line is a row. The very end of it, we have this. And if, hang on. This file is so massive, it's actually hard to scroll through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like I said, 10 outputs. This represents all this data here, all these inputs, everything up until this point, all of that, that's the number 0. That is the digitized version of somebody's handwritten 0. So is these two lines. Like you'll notice, like it's if you look at the numbers, it's, where is it? 80 people twice. So you're going to see the same number multiple times in different formats. So each of these first 256 represents a pixel. Is a pixel white or is it black? That's all it's saying. I mean, I'll be on VOD as well, K-Beard. By the way, thank you for coming in. I hope you have a wonderful day if I don't see you before we're done. And these last 10 are the outputs. And if it's 1, it represents it's that number. So they go 0 through 9. So the 10 digits of the Arabic numerals. By the way, for anyone who didn't know, the numbers that we use in the West are Arabic numerals as compared to Roman numerals. So this would represent the Arabic numeral of 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 9. Because there are only 10 numbers in Arabic numerals. 0 through 9. After 9, we repeat the numerals with 1 and 0. After 19, we repeat them again with 2 and 0 until we get to 99. And then we repeat it again with 1 and 2 zeros. No, a funny part on that, LM, actually, I learned C++, then C. In my sort of preference, it depends on what I'm doing. Like, what I enjoy as a preference. It's C++, C, Python, R. Actually, no, R, Python. Oh, I never said what my issue with R was earlier. R and Python kind of tie, actually, at times. C#. Like, I don't like C# at all. I hate C#. Yeah, I really, really, really hate C#. I barely work in C#, so I miss things all the time in C#. By the way, my issue with R is that R is a bi-directional language, unlike any other language I've worked in, which is unidirectional. By the way, yeah, this would be 0, and if I can scroll down and find a different one. This one would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this row is a number 4. So bidirectional, by the way, in this case, means that or unidirectional, int I equals 0. That's unidirectional. I can't do 0 equals int I. I mean, I probably, look at freaking out at me already. Okay, so that's fine. Like, if it was written this way, that's fine, right? Right? You think it is. You think it is. What the fuck would I get with that? That is what I hate about R. Yeah, I know it's not that simplistic how I put it, but like, it's not R itself, it's people who code in it and who aren't consistent in how they're doing things, and they change it up partway through, and I'm like, I lost track of what variable is what now. Why? Trey goes right on that as well. Like one of the other mods on the server, actually the person who helped set the server up, person I met when I lived in Sheffield, he actually graduated from the university I teach at currently prior to me being here. I think he started the university before I finished my PhD, actually. He prefers C#, and he swears up and down by C#, but you've just heard how much I hate C#. That's like I said. And the funny part is the guy who I'm talking about works both in Unity and in Unreal. Dude is, that guy, by the way, very silent on my server, but if you get him to talk about code, fuck me, the guy is brilliant. Like, I have never met somebody who is as good at code reviews as him. Like, he can spot an error. Like, the way I can spot an error in stats work a mile away, he's with code. And I'm like, huh, that's how my students feel when I walk by and just point at something and go, that's wrong, without spending more than like 2 seconds looking at their screen. Crap. Oh my god, it's intimidating. Someone needs to tell Light Lotus I'm praising his ass on this thing. But he prefers C#. He does both. So each of us have a different sort of stance on this, though. And it's about what fits best with you, your needs, your wants, and what you want to do with it. If you want to go into machine learning, then I actually would recommend not doing C++ or C. Start with Python. Learn TensorFlow. Or learn one of the other packages out there. Because that's going to teach... Because the reason why I'm saying learn it, think about driving for a second. When you learn to drive, you've seen a car before, right? You've been in a car before. You've seen road signs. You've done driver's ed. You've had all this exposure to concepts. When you're driving for the first time, you are now applying things you were that you learned in abstraction to something you already have anchoring for, right? I don't recommend learning C++ by doing neural networks, for example, because you are learning two things in abstraction there. You're learning neural networks in abstraction, so you're not working with actual data for a very long time, and C++. So if you want to do that, what I recommend doing is learning the machine learning side of it, the neural net side. So learning TensorFlow, learning what an epoch is, and what overfitting and underfitting are, learning what the different sort of activation philosophies are, and the formula for each of the different approaches, and why different approaches are used. Learning the underpinning concepts, which is really just stats work. And then doing the C++ side of it. Because then you aren't learning something in abstraction. You're not learning two things in abstraction, you're only learning one thing in abstraction. I assumed it was, by the way. Alright, did I close out that thing? Yes, and here's my note that I want to save for this, because this is something we came up with earlier. Oh, that was the right file. Sorry, I thought that was a work file, which is why I pulled the screen away. Holy god, student names! Student names! Because that's all Hubber. No, it's my notes on the Hubber thing we're doing. Updates to math utils. Okay, updates to math utils. Let me just go ahead and commit this real quick. And this is live stream 4 on YT. Update to main and utils. More to come. Delete the extra E. Sorry, when that screen's up, I can't mute while I cough. Okay. Also, and this isn't me being funny, LM, one thing to do is look at different approaches. We have my Udemy teaching stuff here, right? Let me just go back to here. go into my machine learning folder. By the way, one of these is the actual book that I like, and one of these is the one that's stolen. As in, it's the copy. So I have one test. This is a collection of different networks. This is actually the file I keep opening and reading every so often, this design tests. This is the one that has... Ooh, that's the wrong one. This has, I think, multiple different versions. It has a Semian data in it. You know, this one... Which one are you? Oh. This was actually the first attempt at this... That file, this one, is the first attempt at this particular design I tried and failed miserably at. What's this one? This is just machine learning and genetic algorithm, simulated annealing. Like, try different approaches. That's me teaching simulated annealing. No. A genetic algorithm. Try different approaches. One style of coding doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all as well. Alright, so before we move on to working on the game engine, what we're going to do, and I totally forgot to post that I'm live on Twitter like I said I was going to. I've now done that. What we're going to do is we are going to... Sorry, I just got a follow on Twitter, and I'm like, I know that name, and it's someone from the server. We're going to move on now from this. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to move on from this into working on our game engine. Now, when we do the game engine, I do have to mute audio from the computer, so you won't hear music. I won't hear music either. That is because I am following a tutorial from somebody on YouTube. Their name is Arash. Actually, so when that person named Arash came in, I actually had to pause and go see what the last name was because their name was posted. And the last name of the creator, I'm like, oh my god, he's here. I'm going to ask him questions. I'm really struggling in certain parts because it's C#, and I barely know C#, despite passing numerous exams on C#. I just use my C and C++ knowledge to pass those exams. Yeah, I could write C# code. It would just take me like 5 times longer. But yeah, because it's his tutorials, there is a link in the description. It is under the MIT license. So, you know, credit to the Game Engine channel and Arash as its content creator for that content. Go check him out. He and me have very similar editing styles, which is made me not appreciate my editing style as much. There are times I prefer his and times I prefer mine, but I think I'm going to try a different style, having seen it from your side of it, as it were. And I am going to... sorry, I'm not going to. I'm also... different tutorials have different styles. To explain how this section works is what I'm doing is I am going to make my own game engine at some point, but I'm going to do 3 or 4 tutorials of other people doing it. I might not live stream all of them because these take long to do, apparently. Going through these videos takes like 2 hours. And they're like 40-minute tutorials, and it takes me 2 hours to do. So that's also because I have to respond to chat, sometimes takes breaks. I'm going to take another one. So eventually, once I've done these 3 to 4 tutorials, I will, on a live stream, or on many live streams, be coding my own engine without actually following a tutorial. Now, that means there'll be things I'll be pulling up. If a guy is making an engine, then asking that question earlier. No. He didn't ask a question. He made a statement. It was, well, it was a question, I guess, but it was, yeah. That's why I was really confused by it at first. I'm like, what? And then I realized I wasn't the same person. I was still confused, but for a very different reason. No, he is not the same person as who sent the message in the chat. They have the same first name, but their last names are different. Because the guy in the chat had his last name there, and the guy on who does the tutorials has his last name on his videos, just like I do on mine. Actually, he has his full name. I just use Zed Parker, and I say my full name in out loud, so you all know my name. I'm also published, so it's not that hard to find me. Harder to find where I live, unless you follow me from work. That wasn't a challenge, anyone. Yeah, no, it's a different person. It's a completely different person. Yeah. Though I have to say, sorry, because I haven't done a tutorial in a long time. At least not one that I am. So I do tutorials all the time. Like, I do all of the epic ones that they put out. Because as an authorized Unreal instructor, they actually test me. They told me they'll be testing me every, like, year or so. And I have to know all the new features and things like that to keep my certification. Well, yeah, so I have to take their videos. Their tutorials, some of them are great. Like, Matthews. Oh, I love his tutorials. Like, even before he worked for Epic, he was the only sort of, like, YouTuber on Epic that I ever watched. Because, yeah, I would watch other ones for very specific things. Like, I wanted to see how they taught something to make sure that my videos were different enough. That's more like content creator me watching. The learner me would go to him. His stuff on Epic is great. But I haven't taken a tutorial as a learner in 5+ years. So the last 3 live streams has made me as a learner again. And I'm honestly, like, I'm relearning how much certain things in tutorials bug me, how much certain things are wonderful. So, like, I'm learning from this guy not only how to do this game engine, I'm learning, okay, well, I do that in my tutorials, and I am finding as a learner in your tutorial that doesn't work. That might mean that in my tutorials it won't work for my learners, so I'm going to use a different approach for them. Likewise, there are things he's doing, and I'm like, that's really brilliant. I don't do that. I'm going to take that as an idea. Your photo is published. I mean, I have an orc ID somewhere. Sorry, if anyone doesn't know what an orc ID is, it's a researcher's publication ID. It's how we now, and I have a really low number. Like, still, I think I'm either hundreds of thousands or like the first million. And there's a whole bunch of zeros in the start. It's how we track people's publications now, because people move universities, people change names. So this is an easier way that people don't lose their reputation. I am still creeped out by academia.org, a site that I don't actually support. I'm not a full member, I don't pay into it. Somehow having a copy of the first draft of my doctoral thesis, which was never made public. I have one of 5 copies of that thing in existence. My second draft, and I say second draft, I mean the first full draft. It's like probably draft 100 at that point, because each chapter it's draft 120. Each chapter there's 12 chapters. It was like 10 drafts before we were done. I have a copy. My 2 PhD supervisors each have a copy. No, there's only 4 copies technically. No, that's 5. Me, 2 supervisors. My examiners, who are 2, have copies. That draft only has 5 physical copies in exist, and I don't believe there's a digital copy of it outside of my personal copy of it and the one my supervisors have from when I sent it to them. My actual final doctoral thesis, which was a year later, was, put into a library and digitized. How they don't have that one confuses me, but they have my unpublished one. I'm like, what the hell? Then again, they also have some really weird things. Like, they parsed out my, some of the things I've done into multiple articles. Like, that's 1 article. Why do you have that as 2? Like, I would love for it to have been 2, but no. Alright, I'm gonna kill the cam. I'm gonna sit on my window thingy, and I'm gonna have another cheeky sig before we move on to the game engine. And when we do, what I'll do, as usual, is post. Not only in the description is it gonna be there, it'll be in the chat with the actual timestamp I'll be starting at. Hey, Chica? do you want to hand scan a bound book page by page? My PhD supervisors, neither of them would do that because they both have digital copies of it. My examiners, well, one of them can just grab a digital copy from my supervisor because they're in the internal examiner. My external still has his physical copy. Like, none of them would have uploaded it. And a doctoral thesis is, my doctoral thesis is like, I think 654 pages long or something. Like, yeah, no one, and it's bound. The physical copies were bound. You're gonna stand there and do every page one at a time? I mean, imagine scanning front and then you have to change the rotation at which you scan some of the pages because I use both horizontal and vertical. Like some of my tables, you have to use a horizontal layout to get it to fit. I mean, the rows to fit. Sorry, columns to fit. You can't get the rows to fit on those tables. Jesus. I think that table's like 50 pages long. Is it 50 pages or is it 45 pages? That's published too. But here's the weirder part about it. Like every chapter of my doctoral thesis outside of the introduction, the conclusion, and one transition chapter in the center is literally published independently as its own paper. I'm mind blown that of the 5 copies that someone made a copy of it online, when the published version and the final version already existed and you could just use that. Like, why would you want to read the unfinished draft that doesn't change anything? Like, it isn't like reading a novel where there's, that would be an interesting development to have seen in that version. I wish they hadn't cut that out. This is like the difference between it's just weird. There are actually technically, Chapter 5 did have a major change. We removed an entire study from Chapter 5. I like that. Like, me and my supervisor would often disagree about what to actually include in some of the studies we did in terms of the data analysis. We always would come to whatever the publisher or external says. Or at one point we agreed about something, but neither of us wanted to remove it. That's the Chapter 5 one, and we both just looked at each other and went, yeah, we'll leave it in to see if it gets passed, but if they want it removed, we'll remove that particular study. Was it Chapter 5? 1, Introduction. 2, Meta-analysis. 3, that transition one I mentioned earlier. 4, Nax. 5. Yep, that'd have been Chapter 5. I use those printers. I use those scanners all the time. They can't be bound, though. You have to take the pages out. For those, the pages have to be loose, which is why I was commenting on it being bound. Like, those scanners have been around since, like, early 2000s, the bulk scanners. But I've never seen one that can take a book and turn the pages itself. And I've seen some fairly fancy-ass scanners in some really high-end libraries. Ooh, man. I have spent some time in the vaults under the British National Library. British National? The British Library. Do you know, as a random tidbit of information for those curious, that the idea of wearing white kid gloves, so those gloves that you see like people wear in auctions are known as kid gloves, K-I-D, you actually don't do that anymore with manuscripts that are ancient because you're more likely to tear the page. It is easier to remove the oils off the page and to clean the person's hands before they touch the book than it is to repair the book.
So if it's torn, so they no longer wear gloves because they can't feel it. Yes, and I have done that before. It is tedious, but who in academia? So the 4, not counting me, are all academics. We have one of the world-leading researchers in delivery methods of cognitive behavioral therapy and eating disorders. We have a world-leading researcher, and we're talking about, when I say world-leading, they pulled on millions of pounds in research grants in fMRI. We have a world-leading researcher, and I can't remember what Jillian's area is. Because when I did my PhD, I went to one of the highest-ranked research institutions in the world. So it's like, none of these people have time to do this. That's what's also confusing about it. I legit wonder if that partner who I said, no, she didn't get the full draft of it. You know, we're getting stuck on a really tangential point here, Chica. Also, this song is called Playing with a Leaf Blower. Or Playing with the Leaf Blower. I just want to point that out to you. That this song is called Playing with the Leaf Blower. Sorry, the silences, by the way, are me actually like inhaling and exhaling on a cigarette. You're thinking, what important person who has this document would have time, but those people have influence over people that have plenty of time. Yes, I was one of those people they had influence over. Do you know what they have us do in our free time? Ain't shit like... Actually, wait, no. Nope, during my master's degree, the guy who slept with 4 of his students, not in the same year, and married 3 of them, not in the same year, did have people doing really stupid ass shit like that. Never mind. Detention does not exist at universities, buddy. But I get what you mean. Oh god, that professor, the one who I was just referencing and something to the students, what a complete and utter asshole. Had I been smarter about shit when I was a bit younger, like when I was 22, 24, I would have filed a formal complaint against that dude. I mean, the 2 leading professors at that university where I did my master's degree, leading in quotes, by the way, they were the lead professors there. There was technically a third. The third, she I liked. Why can't I remember her name? She was actually my supervisor. I can't remember her name. Her I like, but the 2 leading ones are just jackasses. The 2 other leading ones are just jackasses. One of them wrote a paper on if you have HIV, you must not only be gay, you must be bipolar or borderline and intentionally spreading it. Yeah, that's a level of douchiness. The other one slept with 4 of his students, married 3 of them, and made national news over the lawsuits around that. There's a reason that university has a really bad reputation. Man, that university got sued twice in my own department during my time there. I almost sued them for something else. Alright, so let me get the video up that we'll be doing for our thing. Sorry, I have it up. Let me get the clip. Let me get the timestamp to you. And so this is the one we're doing. And in just a second, after I take a drink, we'll be starting. Also, let me get the project up. I already have it open. It's just in the other window. Okay.
So last time I created this class.
Open project. That's where
Open
we're
project. That would become the
And we're
view
gonna remove
model
this view
for
model
the
base.
open project view that we
know
have
that.
here.
starting.
So now I can.
I'm just gonna close everything out so I only have open what he has open, just because clicking through things then becomes stressful and tedious for me otherwise. So we're actually gonna close all. Oh, yeah, not what I meant to do. I meant to close all of this. We want the open project CS and the open project view XML. Okay.
Set this as the data context for the control.
Okay, so in here, what we're going to do is we're going to set this as the data context for our user control.
Project view that we have here.
Okay.
So now I can set this as the data context for the control.
User control dot data.
Now the thing is that the only part of this data context that I will use to bind to this control is the list of the projects, and otherwise we don't have any properties to bind to. And therefore, to do the things a bit differently, I'm going to remove this inheritance.
And so we need to remove this inheritance so we can do things differently.
Just write a static constructor for this.
Constructor. Oh, wait, I'm doing constructor. Public open
and the only thing
project.
this class does is basically to remember where we create a project and save that data into a file that is independent of the project locations, and display that back when we restart the primal editor. In order to save data about the projects, I need another class that would contain this data.
And so we're going to create a class that contains the data
and the
we're
information
saving.
that I need are the project's name, path,
like a
and
structure
the
more than
date
anything.
of access.
Yeah, the way he's describing it, it's a structure.
Last access or open the project.
So we're going to have the path and the project name.
And because I am going to save this to a file, I need to serialize it.
And we're going to serialize this. Oh my god, he is going way faster than I am. And we need to also save when it was last accessed. I think you have a typo there, buddy. You put data instead of date, but okay. So we're going to serialize this.
So as before, I'm
going
to use data contract serialization for this.
Context or contract. And to do that.
And then I need another class that represents a list of.
And these then become data. Nope. Data member. Okay. Oh. Thank you for letting me know. Can you hear him still? So yeah, you heard me re-explaining what he's explaining. Yeah, that's how I'm doing this. So, public class, project data list. And all it does is contains a list of project data. Okay, that's one part about this I prefer is the list option. And it's called projects. And it's what we're actually serializing. Okay. So now that we've done that, we're going to actually save this information. Can you still hear him speaking? Like right now, can you hear him speaking? Because you should not be able to hear him. Okay, good.
Yeah, you're hearing it through the microphone picking up my headset. That's all. Why are you putting that above your constructor? Oh, it's a... Okay, that's why. So we're creating a string that is storing the path. Get folder path. Okay. And we're going to append to this our application, which, yeah, is Primal Editor. Oh, hang on. So that's just where the projects are contained. And then we need the full path for the actual one we are saving. So we'll first create the folder if it doesn't exist, this one up here. And then construct the full path there as well. Give me 1 second. I want to get that macro to work correctly. Yeah, okay. Not sure why that code snippet macro isn't working, but whatever. Okay, so we're going to do debug. Thanks, Trend. All right, I'm going to write this. And like usual, he has his to-do log error. So we're going to check if the path exists already, or the folder exists already. So we're going to do if directory does not exist. That's the exclamation mark at the start. Add dictionary. Directory. Okay. Dot exists. Then we use application data path. And if it does not exist, then we are going to do directory dot create directory and then application data path. And then the project data path is just the top part in the file name. So we're going to do application data path and project data.xml. So we want to make this a displayable list. So we need to make an observable collection. So private read only. This is to observe okay. That'll be project data projects equals new observable collection project data. Then we're going to have one for actually getting that information. So it'll be public read only observable collection. And this will be project data projects. And he only wants a get there. Okay. So we're going to set it in the constructor. Oh, and it's static apparently. Okay. So projects equals new read only observable collection projects, and then we're going to pass in projects. Hang on, let me just make some notes. Create or check if directory exists. If not, make it. Get full path. Set projects. Then we do read project data, which is a function we haven't defined yet. He's talking about his conventions in writing. He puts his constructions at the end. All right, we'll follow along just so we are on the same line. So we do private static void read project data. All right, he's leaving it empty. So I like forward declaring. Honestly, this is really, really why I prefer forward declaring. Like, oh God. Okay, so he's gonna make a public data method now that returns a project. So public static project. It's called open project. Project data, and then it's going to read project data. Jonathan, anyone can do C++. If I'm able to do it, if Chica's able to do it, don't worry, you'll be able to do it. And by the way, welcome in. Currently we're doing C#, which I find to be gibberish as compared to C++. But we're following somebody else's tutorial for this part, because I've never written one of these before. You just renamed it randomly. Oh, that's why. Project equals first Give me 1 second. Ugh. Project. So x is equal to xf. There we go. All right, so we want to create a new member for this up here. That is public string full path. He has a getter. Does he have a setter? Let's find out. Oh, no, he does not. He has this instead. And that is, we're setting it to be our project. Where is the key I'm looking for? There it is. So it is our project path, as declared above. Then our project name. And then it is our project dot extension. I made the mistake of looking up the Eminem Rihanna song. I just had reminisced about how awesome Eminem was, and that I missed DMX. I mean, if Chica can do it, you can do it. Isn't that right, Chica? So if the project is new, then we need to create this project. And if we did find it, it's already one we've created. So this will be fairly easy, which is project is set to data. Yeah, he's like, I think 9 months younger than me. 87. Okay. And then we do... Yeah, no, life gets miserable as you get older. And then we're going to add this in. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button there. And that's add project. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Sorry, that makes sense. So if it is not null, sorry, I missed the exclamation mark there, then we are just going to update the date with, date time now. Like, I like how I misunderstood what he was doing. Had to look at my code, his code, and go, oh yeah, no, that's obvious. Like, there was a moment of panic. Same. Oh God. Send me back to when I was 5, please. Like, even getting a juice at that age was a cause for relation. Now it's like I get paid 1,000 times what that juice was worth. I'm like, oh, that's it? Cheers, I guess. Wow. You actually even respond to your paycheck? Man, I must be more despondent than you. I kind of go, yay, I have another paycheck. I can live for another few days. Time to crawl back into the dark hole that is my heart and home. A year and 2 weeks. Is that our actual age difference? I know. Are you an 89 kid or an 88 kid? So we're just updating the date, by the way. And we're going to save this as well. So we're going to write a thing that does not exist yet, called write project data. And then we're going to return. He's just pausing on this part. Sorry, I'm laughing because he did the same thing I does. Like when he just pauses and goes, yeah. And he goes, I'm just going to fudge it for a moment and we'll deal with this later. I like that I am not the only content creator for programming that does that crap. That makes me so happy. See, that's what I get elated about now. Not juice boxes, not money. The fact that other people get as fed up as I do and go, fuck it. Oh, that just, yeah. He even has the same sort of like, yeah, no, we'll deal with this later. So we're going to do private static void. And all we're doing is ordering, so orders by date of access. So var projects equals projects dot order by, and then it's x date to list, and then serial. Give me 1 second. Serializer. So we wrote a serializer in an earlier video. That's what I was just putting the use for up there. Utilities. Serializer to file. And it's new project data list. Project. Equals projects. Project. All right, sorry, I'm just pausing because he doesn't have an error around this line. Just gonna very quickly build to make sure I cut all the typos I just made. And we're good. Okay. So now we're going to do the read, and we're going to check if the file exists in the first place. So if, and then it is file.exists, and it's project data path. And we're going to, if so, we're going to serialize this thing. I don't like the fact that he uses uppercase versus lowercase to represent local versus not. And then we're going to list the projects from new to old in terms of access. So we do project data path dot projects order by descending. Thanks, Trend. You can sod off now. Thank you, Trend. I have it on mute mode, and it still has a pop-ups. Okay. Not that I'm cantankerous about that topic or anything. And then we're going to clear the list. Okay, and then we're going to do a for each loop. And we're checking if the path, and we're making sure the project file name also exists in there as well. So we want to make sure the project actually exists. If missing, project is what's missing. If does not exist, project is missing or deleted, do not add. All right. So we're going to get the icon and the screenshot. So we also need to apparently save them. So we're adding a couple more properties, and we're not saving them, so we're just under full path. So we'll do public byte array. Hey, the binary content of the icon, byte array. We just looked at one of those for the numbers, all 256 pixels as bytes, or as not bytes as floats, but. Yeah, I can show you how to convert that over to bytes later on if you want. It's actually part of the genetic algorithm stuff. We talk about, converting things over. And then we're going to do one for the screenshot. Okay. I like how I said that before he did. I like getting slightly ahead of them. Them being a... okay, so we want to read the icon. Sorry, I paused while I try to find the line. It is in read projects. There it is. So we're going to do here is projects. Project with a lowercase p. Icon equal file dot read all bytes. And okay. From the project. And it's hidden. It's saved in a hidden folder right now. We already did that in the last video, or 2 videos back. And that folder is called, it's our hidden folder called Primal. And we have one called icon.png. And then we're going to copy this line. And this is going to be project screenshot. And this will be screenshot. Or screenshot, apparently. And we're going to add this to the list of projects. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm going to zoom out one more line. There we go. He's scrolling up and down his screen talking about stuff right now. And you go to new project view.
Oh, data context. I was wondering what the VM was. It's right up there. Project path equals project path. And then we're gonna just store this as a variable that we can use elsewhere. Okay, so we're going to bind the list of projects to the list box. So item source is equal to binding projects and make sure the space is there. Okay. Oh, hang on, don't switch screens. We're going to go over to our new project. And he's copying selected index 0 down to here. Yep, that was all he took. Okay, selected index. Oh. Oh, yeah. And we go back over here. Nope. We go back over here. And at the end of our list box, I'll just drop down a line to do this. Boom. Do that. And do that. And then we need to change out the wording a bit. Can you fix this bit? He's just showing the data types again. Okay. So it's going to be project name. Second build doesn't. Wait, how? Okay, how's yours not having an error there? Item template not found. He doesn't have a problem with that. And he's able to test it. And whatever that dripping noise is that I can now hear behind me is driving me up the damn wall. Oh, I see what's wrong. There we go. Okay, white, gray for me. Orientation, horizontal alignment, center. 195, 250. Binding projects, Xname project list box. Selected index 0, item template, data template, stack panel, orientation, horizontal, image source binding icon, margin 0, 050. Text project name stack panel 400 250. Oh, I was meant to clear something out. What we're going to do is undo our pasting really quickly. Selected index. All right, so just give me a second. I'm rewatching part of this to see what he copied. Okay, let me just fast forward. So he goes from here, list box item template, data template, orientation, text, stock, data type, list box list, and through the screenshot border. Okay. I think he replaces the current border he has here, this bit. But I'm going to just watch carefully where he pastes this now. Dude. Yes, he does. And that is the editing style that I don't appreciate. You know what he does? Is he does this, but he does it so quickly that it is less, it's a single sort of, it's a frame. It's one frame. I had to like hit pause repeatedly to see it. Okay. There we go. All right, and now he's doing the test that I paused at. Sorry, he's just deleting the projects ID the last time. Okay, we're creating a new one. Boom. Closes that out. And there we can see it's already listed. Okay. He just did the same thing I did. And did the same, sound I did. I like that. There it is. And nothing happens, we don't have an editor yet. We don't see the screenshot. Okay. Yep. So he doesn't need it either. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, he's debugging. And I'm not going to follow that part. I'm just going to... So he's doing a breakpoint. He's checking the icon exists. Okay. I'm confused by that. That's also the other reason I don't turn that thing off. Oh, did he find the error that I found, like, last time? Yeah, he finally found that error. Mine's right, though. Why is mine not working? So I pointed this out weeks ago, or last weeks ago, on Saturday, that he did icon on both of these. Okay, I'm still having the error, so that can't just be it. You know what? I'm going to do what he just did there, though. Go to my documents, go into Primal Projects. There we go. And, yeah, screenshot saved. Okay, so mine's working right. Speaking of which, however, we are going to delete these and start again. Okay, we're just going to call this EP for empty project. Create, close, run. Yeah, I'm not getting the icon still. Okay. Or screenshot. Yeah, he's retesting it. Okay, it's still not working on his end. Okay, good. So it's not just a me thing. Because I would hate debugging this. It's not my class files, but I'd still hate debugging this. So go open project view. I have a good idea. Actually, I've paused them. I don't know what the fix is going to be because I don't know this area because I don't really work with .NET too much or XML. But it's going to be this bit right here. That's my guess. Oh, I was close. It wasn't this. It was this. This should be temple. I copied too much, apparently. I'm in the wrong thing. I was very confused for a moment. You know, I'm still wrong about that. It was project list box. There we go. So if we hit play, hopefully it now should work. There we go.
And let's try another one. Don't you love my screenshots? Aren't they the best art you've ever seen? Hopefully FP will be at the top. It is. There we go. Okay. Sorry if you can hear my stomach growling, by the way. I am very hungry. I'm gonna update what as well? Oh, he's saying about the thing he's already updated. Okay. And now it's gonna work on his end. He's doing the test. Ow. Except for the icon's wrong for one of them because it's still the or the screenshot said the icon. So we're going to do the open button implementation now. Except for we don't have an editor, so it's not really going to open anything. Sorry, we're going to take another break because I need to stand and fully stretch my legs. So you're going to get music again and an off camera and no me for just a minute or two. That's why I keep squirming. My legs are in a lot of pain. Yeah. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back in a moment. almost back. Just quickly chewing on something.
So, Chad, I was trying to get... Sorry. You'll see why I sound weird in a second. Hopefully. So, Chad, I was starting to get... Wow. There we go. I was starting to get hangry, so I had to have a quick Snickers while I was walking around my place. Also, I really want a standing desk now, because, yikes. My legs... Or a better chair. What's that say? I can't actually read the thing at this angle. Self-care is important. K-Brand is right on that one. Sorry, K-Beard. Sorry, I read that as K-Brand for some reason. Mostly because I'm reading it at a very sharp angle. So folks know, I'm 6'1". The chair you can see behind me is my personal favorite chair that I've had. I didn't realize the pain I get in my hips and back sitting is actually due to the chair. Like, I knew there were, like, I just thought my posture was bad. Actually, I have really good posture. I've been told that previously. Multiple times. And to quote one of them, it's really impressive a guy of your size and height has good posture. But I didn't, so I just assumed when I sat, I had bad posture. And I got that chair, and it didn't dawn on me until that chair broke, and I started using the chair that I'm currently using. By the way, I rent that painting isn't mine. I'm not allowed to take it down. I hate that painting. It's a woman on a beach, by the way. Was it on the beach? Yeah. Well, the chair that I'm using currently, its highest setting for how high the seat goes from the ground is the lowest setting of the other chair. So everything in my hips and lower back are getting pinched. This started when I was younger, by the way. I just, again, had assumed when I was younger, I was like, oh, I'm just not sitting properly, I don't really care, I'm invulnerable. Yeah, now I've realized, oh shit, it's actually the chair, it isn't me, it's the damn chair. And this chair is killing me today. Oh my god. Whew. Right, so I'm currently standing, which means I can't do anything. That's why I had to raise the monitor. Like, that's why everything looks so weird, like why I look so small when I'm sat, is this chair is not, no. The monitors are massive. I'm actually, like if I was sitting in that chair, and it's at the proper height that I like it, like, I'm perfect for the camera. Oh, masticate faster. That's what you said, okay. I'm done chewing, I just don't want to be hangry. And, to be a bit on the nose with it, you know what I had for my, my hanger? Who wants to take a guess what I ate for my hanger? Anyone? K-Beard, I bet you should know what this is. Oh my god. I'm gonna sneeze. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna mute the... Wait, K-Beard, you don't want to take a guess? Did I say K-Brand again a second ago? By the way, I'm just gonna put the, everything back where it was and sit down. No, there's only one thing you have when you're hangry, because when you're hangry, you're not yourself. Oh, I had that upside down. No, this is not a stream brought to you by Snickers, but I'm definitely gonna tell you that I'm eating one. Chica, you're fired to go home. Also, leave your compensation pay for my pain and suffering at the door. Oh my god, I hate this chair. If I didn't know if I was gonna be moving soon, I didn't even say that out loud. If I didn't know, if things weren't up in the air with certain stuff, I would be buying a new chair right now. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. I can't tell if I just heard a door squeaking or if that was the chair. My tinnitus is that bad. Because I might, things are up in the air with where I'm going to be in the next few years. Is that goddammit because you've worked out what I'm talking about, Chica, or goddammit that I'm asking for pay for my pain and suffering of having to deal with you? Sam, you would hate me after 5 days. And I'm being generous. Chica, I think, hated me after the 48 hours. I can't even remember how I made you mod, Chica. You were my first mod, too. I was like, hey, you're mod now. Here you go. Have fun with that. How many times do I rubber dummy? In the first year you knew me. Sorry. I thought I was gonna get sick actually for a second there. In the first year you knew me, Chica, how many times did I rubber duck you? Now, for anyone not familiar with the term rubber duck debugging, rubber duck debugging is when you go to somebody to ask about a coding issue. Which part of me? This part. That's all of me. Yeah, I know. Are we now doing memes from how I Met Your Dragon? It was literally what I was gonna say is How I Met Your Dragon. How to Train Your Dragon. Hiccup, you just need to change this. You just indicated all of me. Yeah. But you know, so rubber duck debugging is when you go to somebody, or to a literal rubber duck, and you ask it a question about code that you're having a problem with, and you explain the problem to the person, and by the time you're done, you have the answer because you've already worked it out while asking the question. So Chica, for a bit here, has been rushing to beat me to the answer when I'm explaining a problem, or telling me not to finish my thought so he can answer first, and so I can't take credit for coming up with the answer. Oh. Alrighty, we are losing music. And we are resuming with our open button. I am not sure why I'm trying to sound like a person doing a really bad English accent, like an announcer accent, like I can't think what they're called. The people who do the Homer Simpson had that as a job once. No, he was the driver. Like those rally car driver announcer people. Is that the line we're going with today? I mean, yeah, me and Chica get along. We there's no animosity between us. No issues there whatsoever. None. Why do you ask? Yeah, that does happen a lot. Like, and the funny part is when I'm doing that, by the way, so I don't know if you've noticed, and this probably will piss you off a little bit. Every so often now, I'll have worked it out before I have sent the last part of the problem, and I start to wait for you to type, and then I'll say I have it. But I've only did that because you told me to stop, because you want to work it out before I did. I had to get my revenge just a tiny bit, even though it was you getting your revenge originally. We're what's the technical term for that? Christmas treeing it. And yes, that is a technical term. It is known as Christmas treeing. The actual technical term is escalating. I think I told you that, though. Oh. No, so our second conversation. Hey, this is the fourth time we're having this conversation, by the way. He hated me, actually. I think he thought I was being an asshole and insulting him, and we were agreeing about something. But the thing is, like, both me and him are very, very aware of one of the issues in the programming community around, well, the programming community in general. But it is particularly bad in the Unreal community, which is the toxicity. And so I made this comment about the use of BPs and learning C++, and he read that as me, what? What? Which part? Because this is a delay. I can't tell what you're responding to. I know. You never... Like, the funny part is, like, I never remember the Star Wars conversation. And, like, the 2 times prior to yesterday or the day before and today when we've had this conversation, you've had to send me the link to that part of the conversation. I mean, you aren't already? Shit. You should see the lists I write about things. But the problem is, I'm so old I forgot most of the things I've could have listed. All right, so seriously, let's get back to the coding. Me and Chica will be here all week. And tomorrow, Chica will be on cam instead of me, streaming for 24 hours. Right, Chica? Right. You have 5 seconds to disagree. 4, 3, 2, sorry for hitting the mic, 1, 0. He's doing it. You heard it here. Oh, yeah, I realized when you continued on, yeah. This delay is going to be hilarious. All right, so... Okay, I'll come back to the tutorial, and he doesn't say what he's doing. He just literally clicks a different window, goes, copy this. Okay, so what are you in? You're in new project view. That's going to be useful. You're in the CS file for it. CS file. And you're taking this bit, I assume? Copy. Yep. Wait, we're at the... Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna make our event handler. Now you're talking about the toxic... Yes, yeah, that bit. By the way, Justin, you don't need a haircut. His name isn't Justin, by the way. It's a running gag. Ah, I'm in the wrong thing, that's why. Where is this open project? Here we go. Whatever. Open project. That autofill does not always work correctly, you piece of garbage. There we go. Sorry, I paused because I'm getting something else. Going back to talking about music from earlier, Cypress Hill. Huh. I couldn't even tell you what Janaki calls me. Janaki? Idiot, jerk, fool, English, synonym for all the above. Ah. Okay. Well, it's still giving you an error message on yours, but... Ah, yeah. There we go. Of course, this will be null because, you know, as he pointed out, he hasn't actually defined it yet. He returns it as null. I think you need help there, buddy. And that's you, Chica. Okay. Okay, so not only when we click this, but if we double click one of these, it should open up as well. So we're gonna do item container style. And style will be target type, list box item. And then an event setter, an event, it will be mouse, double click. And then the handler, and then the handler for this event will be, I really don't like IntelliSense on C Sharp. Like I like it on C++. I hate it on C Sharp right now. On list box item mouse double click. And copy that over.
So all we're going to do then is just recall open selected project. And hopefully, what the hell were you just doing? I like how he types something without saying what he's doing. Oh, he's copying and pasting something. Okay. None of us are lovable. Humans are not lovable. What are you thinking about there, Brad? Cheek up. I almost said it. Almost. Force a habit. So let's make sure this window actually closes. Oh, cool. Errors. So close to saying it. My trick is to listen and ask questions about the subjects in their sentences. What are we talking about? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, that works. Close the window. And we'll double click one. And that works. Close the window. And now he's doing the same test I literally just did. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, we know the buttons work, but the, it's not working correctly because it's null, but... Alright, so we're... Love how he... Okay. If you change what thing you're in, please say where you're going. Okay, so we need to go to main window, which we haven't been in ages, and that's not the right one. Am I just not seeing? Oh. Okay. So data, context. So up here where we do this, we're also checking that it is not null. So if either of these return true, then it should close out. So project browser. Looks like my project browser is spelled slightly different than his. Cool. Data context. Is null. Just give me 1 second. Just because he reuses upper and lower case in weird ways. I'm going to make sure that all mine match his. Oh, missed one.
Because God knows he'll end up using project browser as another type of variable, and I'll have to hunt that down. Yeah. Me have brain. Also, I can't scroll back on my version of the chat. So if you have said something earlier, I can't see what you said earlier. Don't be happy. Happy is wrong. Happy is an illusion. Only suffering is real. All right, so we're going to create an unloading function. Okay, so he copies and pastes his line and literally changes every single word except for the words public and static. Oh, and that. Okay. Jesus. Oh, I forgot to change the string myself there. Oh my god, I flipping hate IntelliSense in C#. Oh, sweet god. IntelliSense, C# and Visual Studio. How does he get that to automatically stay on every single time? Seriously? Yeah, I'm giving the screen the finger. I am trying not to swear at this thing. I seriously missed something in the conversation you two were having. Because can't see all of it. Okay, I kind of like that there's a method called current with a question mark. Oh, okay. I mean, I'll have to read it later because once we finish this, I need food. I am starving, and I'm probably going to just go crazy at some point. Oh, excuse me. I'm also tired as crap. Current? Oh. All right, I'll be honest really quickly. I watched a couple of these guys' streams before doing this. Like, I just watched it. I didn't follow along. So I actually, when I can't sleep at night, I lay in bed with my phone watching things like training videos, things like that. Like, things that interest me, not boring things. Because I find the more I have to concentrate, the faster it helps me fall asleep. And he seemed fine. But man, does the editing... I really need to stop that. I've stopped, actually, since doing this on Saturday, I've been working on one video that I've been editing for a while. Chica, I saw you sent me. It's a part before that I missed. See, I like C++. IntelliSense and C++ and me get along fine. I can work with it. C#. I don't know how to explain this. The more user-friendly something is, the less user-friendly I tend to find it. And in this case, things like this stuff, I mean, that is honestly really useful. And I would love to have this. But what I would love is that it wouldn't split the lines up. I would love if I, highlighted it, it would give me that information. I mean, I also love that it gives me this information too. Or that it would put it somewhere off to the side where I can do it. Splitting the lines like this actually really messes with me, and not in a good way. I really don't like it. I like the fact that it tries to auto do this, but it is such a ball ache to work with that it is, I would find it easier at this point just to know what the include that I need is, or the using that I need is, and type it my damn self. On top of that, and again, I've stopped doing this since seeing this in someone else's tutorials, the way in which he edits, and I'm pretty certain he is does a different recording style than me based on how the edits fit and the way the mouse is moving, is that actually no, he might not be. He might be doing the same method. He just might be better at that editing style than me. But the editing style is particularly problematic, is if you're following along and you're running into these issues I'm running into with IntelliSense, he'll jump ahead. And it's not like you're behind. It's like, because he doesn't have to click everything, it creates a lot of issues. And then there are a lot of quick edits where, like I said, you can't see unless you go frame by frame that he highlighted 2 lines, not what between them. I mean, you could just install the, Unreal or Epic Visual Studio plugins, and a lot of the issues go away. Like all of this, how many people have these things? Wait. That's the same one. It's not up there. But there are Unreal plugins that Epic made for Visual Studio. Right. Like right now, like the entire time I was silent, wanna know what happened? Without saying a single word, and either really sped up, because I can type very quickly. I can move the mouse very quickly. I can't do it. I can't do what he just did that quickly. He copied his code, cut his code and pasted it elsewhere. No explanation. And now what he's done is I'm going to write the methods for loading and saving the project. Fair, awesome. Thanks for telling us this. But what he has done without telling us this is he's switched class files. So we're now in project class. Okay, these two methods are static because, so he's talking about this. He's doing what I do. He's explaining stuff, so I'm just letting him go. He does this part well. Like, I'll give him credit. This part is... Now, what he needs to do is follow it up as he is actually typing to explain things. So, not like what... Not like saying, oh, this is in the public scope. It's... I mean... He literally explained static before, like, seconds before he did this. Didn't explain why it's a string. And he's calling file instead of a string, he's calling path. Because he spent the last several seconds talking about path. So, debug. Again. How does that one? Whatever. Like, I would love for him to acknowledge that he has a red squiggle on his code, so I know what's going on. Of course, I know what his red squiggle is about. He's missing a bracket. What I don't know is what this red squiggle is about, or where the heck he's pulling... He has to be editing out when he clicks that damn button. Because he doesn't click it any time and it auto adds the thing. I have to click it every time. And if he's doing that, that's bad. Yeah, it sucks to have to watch it. But when you're following along with somebody, even I do this. Like, I'll sit there going, oh, this is really boring that there's no sound here while I'm just moving things. But it gives people time to catch up. And especially if it's something that you have to do for this. And if, God forbid, it's like Unreal, where you have a method that exists, 3 methods with the same exact name and the same exact arguments, so they're not overloaded, they belong in different classes to each other, and you have to include one, but you don't know which one they've put in, because they're not showing you their use list, or that list that pops up, that is going to be a problem. Sorry, I just Googled which one the file belongs to. So I know with a capital F from earlier. Because that's when I realized he was doing the uppercase versus lowercase thing that's driving me up the wall as well. That it was one of those using ones, one that includes. Right. Okay, if you're literally changing every fucking line in your code, why are you copying and pasting that? I'm going to copy this declaration of a variable and change the type, the scope, and everything that we have that it's set to. The only thing staying the same is static and the symbol and the operator. It would be faster to retype the entire thing than to copy something, delete something, and then retype it. Likewise here. If you can't tell, I'm getting really annoyed with his style of doing tutorials. Jesus flipping Christ. Is it so you have to type in the words return and serializer? Or public static? Because everything else on project, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly 6 words remain the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 6 words out of 16 words remain the same. I am the sort of person that copy and paste stuff, but it is only when little bits are changing. When more than 50% of what you have is changing, you probably shouldn't be copying and pasting unless you're making a damn point with it. Oh, sorry. My number was wrong. 5. Because he just finished. There's an error, so that might change even more. 5 out of 16 words remained the same. Oh, crap. I forgot to change one of them because I'm too busy yelling at him. Like he can hear me. Sorry, I was still wrong. 4 out of 16 words stayed the same. Four out of 16. Sorry, I lied again. 3 out of 16 stayed the same. You want to save time? You don't do it editing out the things you need to show people. You do it by not doing dumb crap like that. And if you do dumb crap like that, you do what any good tutorial writer does when they're not doing it in vivo like I am right now. When you're doing it asynchronously, yes, I get some people are going to be watching this video asynchronously. What you do is you hit Control-Z, you make a sound, mine is snapping my fingers, or if you watch Dr. Mike, his is B-whoop, by the way. He also does it for other things too, but that's where it originally started. Some people clap, some people whistle. You look for that when you're editing. You find the part after that noise to see where you're starting from again. You go before the noise, you edit that part out, you cut the noise out, and hey, there's a seamless video of you not screwing up. You know what? I gave this video a like. It is actually getting a dislike for me. It's very hard to get me this riled up, but when you're doing shit like this, and it's a 48-minute video, to be fair, the first 24 minutes, 22 minutes actually, we got through pretty quickly. Though of that, 2% of it, sorry, more than 2%, 5% of it was introduction and parts where we didn't do crap. God damn. Oh, he just caught his mistake up here, by the way. Why? Why do you want to point it to one of the scenes? Thank you. Wow, now you're repeating yourself. Okay, I do that. I hate when I do that, but I'm doing it because, yeah, education method. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's doing it for the same reason. I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. I don't know the intent why he's doing that. I do it for other reasons sometimes too. That is, thank you, Trend. Flip off. And I said flip. I'm actually just going to let him finish writing the section out, and I'm just going to copy what he's doing. Okay. This isn't hangry, by the way. Like, I'm no longer hangry. Like, I stopped being after the Snickers. I am legitimately... I want to play the video when he is coding at 1/4 the current speed it's at. Because you know what he did when he finished coding? Before the pop-up went away where his mouse was hovering so you could see what he wrote, he clicked the flipping minimize thing so you couldn't see the code. I'd love for the video when he is talking to be playing at double speed. Like, I get people don't professionally do education work like I do. I get that. And I get some of those people are actually better at this than I am. Or at least at this topic. I'm sure many of them could not teach the topics I teach as well as I do. My research area is a very hard topic area to teach. And I say hard, I don't mean the content is difficult. I mean teaching it is legitimately difficult because you are teaching... I can't say on VOD for many, many reasons, but you're teaching an area that is so sensitive that it is difficult physically, emotionally, and mentally to teach. And, you know, it actually takes a toll on the students as well. Like, Bracky's, he does C# because it's Unity. Yeah, he gets some of the coding stuff off, don't get me wrong, but the way in which he teaches outstrips any way I could teach coding. Honestly, like, I look at him, even though I don't do Unity, I look at him and his work and go, huh, this dude's actually really good at this shit and teaching it, and I actually mirrored him. House of Pain wasted it on learning those mistakes and not knowing why. Yeah. Hours of Pain, not House of Pain. Sorry about that. Like, I'm not sure if Brackies has ever taught at university or primary or secondary school. You know, as a university lecturer, as a researcher and educator at a university level, I will tip my hat to him and go, yeah, he's actually really damn good at this. My favorite C++ tutorial, which actually I just saw recently advertised I can't remember what it was, who advertised it, but it was a thing about certifications for C++. Just as me and a friend of mine were talking about certifications, and that guy's thing was the top ranked one. That guy actually is a university professor. I've even read his reviews from his students because he's an American one. Despite me being American, I teach in the UK. So in the US, there's something called ratemyprofessor.com. And his reviews there are amazing. If you don't believe me, go look at the site. I'll send you the Udemy if you're on my Discord. It is honestly one of the best. Actually, it is the best C++ tutorial I've ever seen. And I know Chica mocked the order in which he did it. As an educator, the constructive order in which it builds makes more sense than a lot of the books I have read and seen, and a lot of the other tutorials I've seen. And for some reason, every time I think of this guy, despite him looking nothing like it, and despite his name not being like it, and I'm pretty sure their voices are nothing alike based on memory, I always think of Scott Bakula from Enterprise or Quantum Leap. I don't know why. I actually mentioned him in one of the prep videos in the Survival series and have a link to it there. Best C++ educator I've ever seen. At least for basic C++. I know the guy does more than basic C++, but in terms of educating newbies to C++, he is the person I will send somebody to any day of the week. So I get that people come from different walks of life. Don't know where Bracky's from. Again, great educator. This guy on Udemy who I've just mentioned, or Code Academy, which posts on Udemy, best C++ person I've ever seen. And I know that I have room for improvement. And I know my major areas of weakness tend to be my editing, my video quality, the way I focus and move the camera. I know mine is more on, not on the teaching side of it, at least from the feedback I have received from people in the community, it is on the visual side. I also know my thumbnails suck. I don't chew them or anything. Sorry, I had to make the joke. But this crap. Sorry, it's not crap. It's the guy knows what he's doing. As much as I'm giving him a hard time, I am giving him a hard time because this is an area I work in, and I also do it in my side hustle as a YouTube content creator for tutorials. If you're going to do it, and I get some mistakes. There are sometimes you can't fix things. In my most recent video, for some reason, there's some weird breathing noise going on that isn't me, because it's breathing and chewing sounds almost as I am speaking. For anyone who knows, when I do recordings, if I even take a drink, I will typically pause the recording and take a drink, wait a moment or two, unpause the recording, and resume. When I'm live, I can't do that, I realize. Hang on. I wonder if my neighbor just texted me I'm being too loud. No, my parents texted me, however. Give me a second, however. There is a very interesting text message there. Okay, I'm just gonna assume. Nope, this wasn't written by someone in HR. Why are you dichotomizing AI versus machine learning? Sorry, a job at a research firm came up, and one of the employees is recommending that I apply for it. And applied AI, oddly enough. Sorry, I just saw that one. Ooh, I recognize that name. I'm going to read what this is. So what really is getting me about this is you can't actually follow it. I'm spending more time going back and forth and getting upset and ranting at you guys than actually doing the damn coding. And there's less than a little bit more than 10 minutes left of the damn tutorial. Okay. I have caught it the second his mouse has moved to click the damn button. Right. So he does it here. There we go. And, of course, because he's using a code snippet, you know, it's going to take me a second longer than it will take him to do, because he doesn't have to type everything in. Which, you know, fair enough, but you have to realize, as I was pointing out last time I talked about this, he doesn't give you the code snippet. So, you have to type everything out, or get the code snippet yourself, or write the code snippet, and then expects you to, what? Miracle your ability to see through a closed minimize thing? And my typos are not making things better. Mostly because, yeah. You know what? Do I still have that? I do. I want to see something really quickly. Yeah, okay. I'm not going crazy. That's another thing I don't like about C# and Visual Studio. I have to hit delete multiple times to get things to come back. It actually does every single tab. I just prefer C++ at this point. So I wish I knew why my keyboard is doing that. It would make me so happy to know. Ever so happy. Ever so happy, Daddy and Mommy. Hopefully you've all enjoyed my rant tonight. Okay. So we're adding a default name. You'd want to create a project in the code. Okay, so if we're only using this when we create projects instead of that thing, you'd want this around if you clone a project, because you're creating a project by copying it. You have it set up. There's your reason why. Okay, I got an advert. Cool. I don't like code completion tools that are user-friendly. Fuck off. By the way, if you haven't realized, sometimes when I'm really silent on these videos and I'm not typing and I'm not saying he's explaining stuff or someone's explaining stuff, it's him, because these are the ones I do. It's because I'm getting frustrated and trying not to snap. But today, with the editing style causing this many problems. Yeah, no, screw it. See, now he's doing well. Now he's doing well. Notice how I'm typing and not pausing. I'm pausing just because he's explaining stuff, but he's doing this well right now. I can follow along. This is exactly... Wait, hang on. Oh, he has the same error as me. All right, sorry, I got distracted by talking about how he's actually doing well right now, and he really is. Okay. And he as I was talking, he was explaining what this is and setting that part up. So, all right. Let me minimize that bit. I'm gonna minimize stuff myself. Sorry if you're still looking at it. I've hopefully had it on screen long enough that you don't need to see it. Ah. Okay. Capital S. And we're creating a private set. Oh, that's what I was checking down there. Sorry. Yes, that's how you teach it. Okay, now he's doing good again. There's like 15 minutes of this is garbage. And don't get me wrong, I know I have bad videos too, but yikes. Okay, kind of weird that he's done this bit of code like 5 times in 4 videos. Wait, 6 times in 4 videos. And has only just finally explained what this is, as if you didn't already know. Like, okay, I get some people being new to C# might not know, or C++ or any language. Well, it's not even C++. So in C# might not know. I get that. I get that. What I don't get is, sorry, some people might be new to that, not knowing, get that. This is not a beginner's tutorial. And you would probably have to do, like, if you're, like, you'd have to do a lot of digging to find this one. Like, this was far down for me. It took me ages to find it. Despite the channel name, oddly. And despite all the hashtags. And despite how recent these videos are. Despite the number of views, which they do very quickly decline. But so do mine. What I don't get, so 6 videos in, basic function and setup and macro there, or function, he's now explaining it. Sorry, 4 videos in, 6th time doing this. Okay, don't get me wrong. I get explaining it like the first time, even if it is something like really simple. Like I do that. I get that. It's useful. Just a reminder, but this far in.
Okay, so we're replacing this. Hey, okay. Almost as if he could hear me. You know what he did? He said, we're done with this part, and now I'm going to move to scenes. So he actually said what he was doing. Hey, there was one of the other times he did it. I honestly just need to take a moment away from that. Alright, we are in the last thing he is doing in this code. The scary part to me is it's the longest section. Oh. Christ almighty. So, okay, Beard. Chica, how you doing today? And I'm sure people have these feelings when they deal with my tutorials too. Honestly, I'm sure of that. And I know there are areas that I need to work on. And, welcome to the server, by the way, K-Beard. Only the K shows up, not the UN part. Oh my god. Oh. I mean, I did say, hey, how many people want to see me suffer? And you guys voted 80% to watch me suffer. Well, if I'm suffering, I'm going to call out the bull crap. Also, Sam, I thought you had left, actually, because you had been silent for so long. Oh, if anyone heard that thudding sound, that was a pack of smokes hitting my desk. I already opened the window. I realized I left the camera on as I opened the window. Like, that's why I leaned over like that. It was me starting to open the window. Guess what I'm doing? And guess who's getting music while I do that? Oh. Which part? Oh, do you send me something on Discord or say something? So I just flipped over to Discord because I had a message there. And it was annoying me having an extra number because I don't want to say what I want to say right now. What I am going to say is there's a reason why, if you're on my server, you can't DM me. That's all I'm going to say. And if you can't work out what I'm getting at, you might be one of the problems. And I don't mind if I've established a relationship with somebody and they want to ask me something in private. That's perfectly fine. Like, I got no issue with that. I don't know you, and you demand my time and demand an answer? Fuck off. Sorry, I guess I will say it. I have it on that way because there were a lot of people when I first started out who didn't ask for my help, who didn't request my help, who weren't polite about it. It was very much, you will do this. Okay, enjoy being blocked. I won't. So as a result, I leave almost every server I'm on. I do forget to do this sometimes. I set it so you can't direct message me unless we are friends.
And that is the driving reason. Some really self-entitled people. I don't mind answering questions. I don't mind how many questions people ask. It is the way in which they are asked that causes the thing for me. If there's missing a question mark and says, tell me how to fix this, and it's the first thing you say to me. Don't say hi. Don't ask me how I'm doing. Don't do any greeting or any nicety whatsoever. You are demanding from me. There are people who pay thousands of pounds to get my time. You are getting something for free from me that takes a significant amount of my time. Sorry, when I say you, by the way, I'm not speaking to anyone directly in the chat. I am saying you as a general you. Although anyone in the chat is getting this as well, technically. You're getting my time for free, unlike other people who have to pay for that same sort of time, and several thousand. Or if you're seeing me as a therapist, well, I actually do pro bono work now only. I mean, when I was charging, you were getting charged a lot because, it is a very costly field. But they don't demand. And they all greet. Say, hi, do you have a moment? Hi, how are you? I mean, the do you have a moment is honest. I love that one. Just fucking ask if I have a moment if you're messaging me in private. I mean, I try to do that with almost everybody. Sometimes I miss that up and don't, or miss that out and don't. So I left it that way, and as a result, sorry, that was a really long-winded, angry rant about people being very demanding. I realize this. Again, it isn't the questions. I do have an issue with one particular question, and everybody knows I have an issue with one particular question. And again, to get around that issue, you have to ask it a very particular way, and this one is a very, very particular way, that demonstrates to me that the issue that I have with that question isn't applicable to your version of that question. And that is the read none error question. I have a read none error. How do I solve it? If you're doing one of my tutorials, and that is the error in which you are stuck on, you're either doing a tutorial out of your depth, or I don't have an or. Now, if you say, I have a read none error, I swear it's set here, but for some reason it's coming up empty, fine, that tells me you know what a read none error is. I will, okay, let's step through and find out where it's not getting set. That's fine. But if you come with me, I don't know what a read none is, and like I've done 4 videos on it. Literally, I have 4 videos, one of which dedicated to the topic. Then I get a bit annoyed. Oh, no. No one here is that kind of person. No one here is that kind of person. Those kind of people... Actually, there is one person who used to come to the YouTube streams when I originally started doing them, and also the Twitch streams, who is that kind of person. They aren't really welcomed on the... Actually, I kind of ignore them when they're in here. I mentioned them earlier, so I'm not going to say their name again. They're somebody that I mentioned to Chika earlier. Yeah. And again, if you say, I've watched the video, I just don't understand this. And I really need you to explain to me read none in a different way. Fair enough. Okay, I'll explain it to you in a different way. Like, that's fine. But coming at me in a private DM, going, hey, you do this for me now. Okay. £50 an hour. Minimum. And you get charged the full hour even if it's a 30-second answer. Payment up front. I'm going to start doing that now. Jesus. That's why I said it that way, and as a result, people start adding me as a friend to try to get around that, and it's like, yeah, no. I don't know you. Here's a random person who joined my server, and then 2 seconds later adds me as a friend. I'm not sure if you did that, by the way. I'm not saying you. When I say you here, I'm not meaning you. I'm meaning just people in general. And I know you didn't because the number hasn't changed. But I had it at 5 for a long time, and now right now it's saying it's 6, but it jumped up to 7 because someone messaged me, tagged me in a message, so I had to read it. That's why I looked at Discord and saw you had joined. That wasn't anything about Discord versus YouTube. If you want to ask questions, feel free to ask questions. but it is, keyword there is ask. Ask. So on the server, and this is a paradoxical thing, on the server, the rule is don't ask permission to ask a question, just ask the question. Because that's what the server is there for. That's not paradoxical. That is what the server is there for. One of the primary functions of this server. My personal DMs, the primary function for that is for me to have conversations with friends. Not to continue to volunteer my time to do your work for you. Again, you being the general you. And you know what? You think I'm being a hard ass if you're anyone listening to this in VOD? There are content creators out there who do the same tutorials I do who are much douchier than me about it. I have screenshots of one who got someone asking for help on a paid tutorial on his public server, not a free tutorial like one I do. And you know what that content creator did? Literally said, "Fuck you, you moron," at one point. At another point, said that he was a jackass. And, well, he just cussed the person out multiple times. Let's just leave it at that. And that wasn't the first time I had seen that. That's actually the last time I saw it, because I haven't looked since. But the first time I went to his server, I found 10 examples of that in the first 20 minutes. So, yeah. Okay. I didn't have my cigarette. Oh my god. I'm going to have my cigarette. I guess I haven't had dinner yet. It's nearly midnight. So you're getting music. I'm getting a cigarette. The camera's going off. I'll keep talking. And again, Beard, none of this is directed at you in any way whatsoever. None of it. Like, I'm not saying you're a problem or anything. This is not about you. Or anyone else here. Unless you are that person whose name begins with an S. Sorry, not you, Sam, either. Who isn't on the server. And who apparently sneezes hard enough that his walls shake like an elephant is stampeding by. Yeah, that was his weird flex the last time he was on my stream when he heard me sneeze. He goes, "Oh, you have a really dainty sneeze." Yeah, because I put my hand over the fucking mic and turned around like you saw the back of my head and my arm over my face. And his flex was, "That's a really dainty sneeze. When I sneeze, it's like an elephant stampeding and you feel the walls shake. Hey, can you tell me how to do this for a game jam I entered? I have no idea how to do any of it." Now, fuck off. Sorry, I'm done ranting now. Oh, that dude, that last one I got mentioned, as I turned my camera off to have the cigarette, he got banned from one of the nicest guys. Like I talk about how content creators for tutorials can be a bit dicky. And most that I have dealt with that are of like equal sort of size and reputation as me are extremely douchey, I find. I am a bit of an asshole, to be fair. And, this dude, I'm talking about, not the problem person, the content creator, is simply one of the nicest tutorial creators out there. I mean, I love the dude in terms of his attitude and how he approaches things, how open he is, all this. Guy's also a professional artist now. And dude goes into his stream and goes, "Oh, that's not how you do that." And then demands him to tell himself. By the way, the person singing right now in this song that you can hear, that's one of my friends. That's GKD. Name is Josh. Not the person who was here earlier, who's also named Josh. This is a content creator from America. I saw him. I visited him actually last time I was there. Really nice dude. It's funny now that it's not me. Yeah, sorry if you thought I was talking about you at any point during that, K-Beard. None of that was about you. Your comment about Discord versus YouTube just made that pop up in my head, and why I said I was looking at Discord. Let me just bring up the bottom of my screen there. That's 6. That's friend request from randos who joined the server and friend requested me within seconds of joining. Not people who I actually know. Not people who spent time talking on the server. Because usually I'll either accept them or tell them why I'm saying no. And I've only ever done that to one person. And so when I had looked at Discord and said, "Oh, you had joined," and asked about that thing, It was because somebody had tagged me in a message, so my number went from 6 to 7. I'm like, oh, what the hell? I didn't think it was you or anyone added me. I just wanted to know what the hell was being messaged. Actually, it was you. It was you joining the server because it pings me for that. So, but I like those sort of pings when someone joins the server. It makes me happy. Sorry for anyone watching this in VOD where it's been more ranty today. I'm going to blame it on the COVIDs again. And my lack of patience from lack of sleep. Okay, Josh can sing really well, but I have to say this is probably one of my least favorite songs of his. I like his other stuff better. And this is the first time, his first... Triggered. That's rude. I mean, like, the idea of the community server, it is a community server, both in the literal sense of what Discord calls a community and the literal sense of what a community should be. That's why I designed that server to be that way. Well, it wasn't the original purpose because I did it for something else, but when I switched over to this, because there was like 10 people on the server for the original thing, and they're all still there, oddly, except for those who have left all sort of like streaming communities. It was for this sort of stuff. Okay. Hopefully that didn't... What the fuck? I hope this hasn't happened on other videos. Sorry, I just killed the music because that isn't part of the playlist. Oh, we went through the entire playlist. Okay. And don't get me wrong, I do have some people on the server who do message me in private, not to ask about how to do things, but to chit-chat, and that's fine. Like, cool. Or to talk about their own projects, and not in terms of, like, the coding stuff, but, like, just to talk about it. And, okay, you know, that last one, in the right time and right place, yeah, that's great to do. By the way, Sam, isn't it, like, 4 a.m. for you, dude? Oh... There might be a small section of the VOD that's muted if there were songs there that are not on the DMCA stuff. You know what I'm gonna do after the stream? Instead of cooking dinner, I'm just gonna put a frozen pizza in the oven and watch YouTube. I don't know why I'm sharing that. $3.20. I thought it was $4.20 for you. Wait, $3.20? Oh wow! Okay, so you're okay. So it's a half-hour difference as well. Sorry, I thought it was $4.40 for you, actually. Or $4.50 for you. Sorry, that was me kicking the chair and closing the window. Right, let's kill this, and let's, I killed it on the stream, I didn't kill it on my end. And let's set this back up. Also, I'm going to send the door in the server, and, oh, you can send the door in private if you want, don't worry about that. That's something we're working on. You can send that in private if you want. That is not a problem. Like, I get the context around that. And you're not demanding anything. It's the demanding part that gets me. Like, if someone on the server said, hey, I want to ask this question in private, I'm embarrassed, like, I might go, okay, fine. I will also probably add the caveat that, hey, this is a teaching server, and you've seen me make some really some really, what word am I looking for? Big cock-ups in my coding, or I forget to implement functions that I just wrote, and like, why isn't my code working? And go, oh yeah, we forgot to implement this. So there's like a running gag in a few of the videos where I go, all right, we've created the function and we're going to implement it before I forget to implement it. So when it comes to embarrassing stuff, like I might say, yeah, sure, but this is a teaching server. There's nothing to be embarrassed by. It's a community server. People are learning. People come from different areas. We have professional coders. We have professional artists. We have hobbyists. We have people brand spanking new to coding. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's fine to send me that. Like, that's actually, I prefer it in DM for that reason, to be fair. It is, again, people demanding things from me in DMs that get me up and get me all riled up. Like, I really don't get that. Like, you're on a server of people asking the same questions as you. Why are you going to ask those questions in private? Like, why? All right, so where were we? We were doing the switching windows bit. So he's saying we're going to make it something usable in the editor. It's also a raw file because I figured it was going to be massive. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to explain what he's describing to me right now. He's talking about how he's trying to figure out which scene is active or not, and the different ways in which he can do it, or one of the options. He said this is one option. So we're going to do is... I'm going to follow his naming conventions. So we're asking the scene itself if it's active or not. Oh, hang on. No. I want to make sure I got it right. Don't switch windows yet. He gave me enough time. That was just me being slow. Okay, so we need to go to the project file. Okay, so he says we don't know which one we have to say is active. So we are going to save the scene as a data member. Hang on one second. Okay, it's just the active data member. Cool. And this is the other reason I don't like that line breaking up is crap like this. Okay, so it's a data member. And we have to update the templates. So let me just get my files open for this because I need this actually open. And we're going to go into, I think I did it in here. Nope. Nope. There it is. Okay. So you know what? I'll do it this way. Product templates, empty project, and then it is project primal. Okay. Somehow this I2 here references this one, and that references the project.
And we're just going to copy and paste this to the other templates. What the hell did he just do? Oh, he closed it. Okay. Sorry, the file change, we hit every version of it open. So I think he's just pasting it into each of them. Yeah, that's all he's doing. He's pasting it into each of them. And I'm just going to check this one now to make sure I am pasting in the right one. I am. Except for there's a typo there. So we're going to go back, paste that in. We're going to check it again. Active scene. In fact, actually, you know what? Just to be on the safe side. I like copying and pasting instead of typing. Oops, I went too far. Okay. Sam, I didn't see what you said before the messages got retracted. Okay, so we build it. And now we're seeing if it still works. Sorry, it opened up in the other window. So we're going into set a breakpoint in our main window. And we're doing it here on this data context. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there, just like he did. And I'm going to follow through with him debugging this. I'm just going to select this project. And because it's still null, and I wish I kept playing, he's pointing out the fact that this is not working because it's null. Yeah. Okay, so we need to create a new project instead. Because it's still null. It's returning nothing. It's null. You haven't fixed that part yet. However, nothing's set. Cool. You're returning null. Yes. It's that I'm referring to when I say you're returning null. Okay, hang on. Let me just catch up because I deleted my project. Oh, hey! Cool. I can actually follow along this point. Yep. Okay, so we had the same setup and it's not right. By the way, I got the files.
I sent it. Hang on, sorry. I sent it. And when you are free, test it, and you can let me know if you need anything changed. I'll fix it as soon as possible. My English is going crazy, so I had to remove it and redo them. That's fine, dude. Even as I'm published, like I have published papers in my native language, and on streams and on chats. Oh my god, my grammar, my spelling, random word. Oh, don't worry, dude. Your English is still probably better than mine when I'm not paying attention. Sorry, I'm just re-listening to what he's saying over and over again because it took me a minute, and here's what he's doing. Okay, so I'm going to literally show you, and I'm going to say exactly what he said. He said, "You're saying I don't know." There's a problem with this. He doesn't know what order in which they're being serialized. If this is empty and saving this, then of course it's going to be nothing. So I'm going to save this instead. A Boolean variable? No, what he meant is a class file. Okay. Did you just delete that? Yeah, you did. Okay. So, public. Oh, sweet fucking Christ. Public. Oh, he's using the code snippet again. Public bool is active. I am having a hard time typing. Jesus. All right, so we're just setting that value instead, and then we're saving that. Okay. And this is why I watch these videos typically beforehand, so when crap like this occurs, I don't have to do this. I swear to God, I hit pause. Go back. So we're just adding the is active in here instead. And again, to be on the very safe side of have we done this correctly. And we're setting it to true. And then we're closing it out. See, that's the silent parts you edit out, buddy. The rest that you've been editing out now. Why did you only do it for one of them? Okay. Just this is top down. Active scene is still null for me. That's what he gets when he does it. Hang on. He put a breakpoint somewhere else. The fuck? Top down. Okay. I'm not doing what he's doing. He's testing something. I want to see if it works. He literally thinks this might be due to it needs to be in alphabetical order and goes, you never know. So, I'm just going to watch because that was not reassuring. Which, to be fair, that's fine. That's fine. Huh. What the fuck? He was right. Sorry, not to be surprised by that or anything, but I'm surprised. Okay. Literally all he did was go, maybe this has to be in alphabetical order. Boom. Boom. Okay. Yeah, it did work. Cool. Yep, that worked. Okay. Sorry, I just need to check this one. He got ahead to it before I did. Come on. Okay, that's right. Guess that means that I need to start copying those files over. We're done, by the way. Oh, wait, no, we're not. Oh, no. He's saying the same thing I did. We have to copy these over now. And then I'm going to test each type just to make sure they all work. And to do that, what I'm going to do first is to stop this, remove these breakpoints, and then we're going to delete the projects we've created. It's refreshing to see someone get mad at the same things I get upset about. I like that. Like the last one, it wasn't him being too quick. It was I didn't keep up. And I get sometimes experimenting with stuff. And like, honestly, sometimes I'll follow along with the experiment. Sometimes I won't. It depends on my mood. I'm just fed up enough that it's like, I'll watch you do this. I'll see if it works. If it doesn't, and you want to do it, then I don't have to deal with it. Like, I watched the first minute of this to make sure it was the right video, because I accidentally did the wrong video one day, like Saturday. I linked the second tutorial I was going to do instead of the second video in this series. And so now I watched like the first 5 minutes, make sure it's the right voice, make sure it's the right section. So I already knew about like the view model base being removed that he added in and things like that. All right, I'm just going to see if he does anything else in the code before he's done. It looks like he has a 2-minute outro. Yep. I'm just going to play the outro as I talk to you. So as he does his outro, I'm just going to test it with each type. And so we have EP1. Create. Close that out. And then we're going to do FPP2. I could use the breakpoints to make this faster, I realize, but fuck. Too late now. TPP3. He's now summarizing his own code. I like he does that. That is actually a really nice thing, because I do it at the end of sections instead of during the video. And it'll say it's in the right order. And then this is TDP 4. Okay. Now, let's go here and open the primals up. There we go. So in the next video, he's going to be doing the initial interface for the editor. And I'm just turning off his thing so I don't have to listen to the credits, because, yeah, that's just noise I don't need. Okay. All right, all those correctly saved. Now there's one more thing I want to do. And I want to point out the numbers go in 4, 3, 2, 1. I want 2 to be on the top. Okay, so that part works as well. He didn't test that, and I wanted to test that so very badly. Right. That actually does bring us through what we were going to do today. I mean, it didn't do the delta rule thing, but it's too late for me to finish delta rule out tonight. Well, we weren't going to finish it anyway, because I still haven't fully decided if we're going to use Simian or some other approach to write that code out. And we'll come back to that at some other point, because we have to figure out how we're writing our data training set for the neural network. Sorry, how we're going to write the read-in for the training set. And there's a few different ways that I think we can handle that. I just haven't made a decision yet. Funnily enough, this tutorial we're doing for the game engine is actually giving me an idea for it in terms of how we're going to do something. But yeah, this takes us through what I was going to do, and Jesus Christ, we're nearly 7 hours in again. I do like there was probably like 2 hours of just me ranting probably in the middle of this. And God only knows what you can take from that. I mean, K-Beard is taking the fact that, someone else shares anger over the same things. Solidarity and anger over, design. Someone's probably going to complain, oh, his face is hidden by the microphone. Yeah, that actually is due to the chair more than anything else. Like, the chair's busted, so it leans this way, and so it forces my body that way to keep it balanced. It leans that way and forces my body that way to keep it balanced. And, yeah, I need a new chair. How? I'm not sure if you heard that, but my neck just, popped loudly. Oh. Okay. Blah. Sorry. I had no idea what I was going to say, and I was like, I'm going to sit here awkwardly staring at the screen. Hi, everybody. How are ya? You doing good? You doing good? Sorry, I just had a random thought completely tangential to anything else, or completely unrelated to anything else we're doing here. Right. I can feel the hunger pains coming back, and because we finished out what we were doing today, I'm going to call it here. Thank you very much, Sam, for the compliment. K-Beard, I'm glad you enjoyed it and found the server. Chica, thank you for being here. And thank you for, Sam, you're welcome. You're welcome. I normally have a response to that where I'm like, oh, it's you who, build the community, being here, all that stuff. I realize I make my background really here as a YouTuber, not a live streamer, so this is a bit different. So, yeah, thank you for the appreciation. Thank you for the support in terms of that project you saw me working on the other day, or yesterday. Man, I was hopeful to be done before 10 my time. Pipe dream, by the way. Second it was 10, I was like, yeah, no, we're not. I don't know, it was 9. The second time, I'm like, yeah, we're not going to be done by 10. That's actually when we switched over to this project, by the way. 48-minute tutorial that took 3 hours to do. 4 hours, technically. But I had wanted to show you something. You know what? I don't mind showing you right now on stream. Let me turn on audio as well. Oh. I am going to do this in the other window so you can't see what I'm setting up with this. But you'll enjoy this, I think. It's not done yet. For anyone who's seeing this, this is still... this literally, I started working on this yesterday. Sorry, I'm glad I opened the other window so I can actually do the thing I want to do without anyone seeing what I'm doing. Grab that one, change that to none, Actually, I'll show you 2 different versions of it. We'll do this one first. And then I'll go full screen so you... I just realized I can't go full screen while trying to move windows. So let me just do that instead. Oh man, I forgot to move the kitchen. So we now have a functional moon and clouds. So yeah, after the door opened, like the fact I opened the door by accident. I'll catch up on the rest. I mean, this is something I'm just doing for my own fun. I need to figure out how to get that box to extend out further. Yeah, we now have a functional moon and clouds. Anyone wondering why there's like a giant open space? It's because I'm still building this area. The 2 holes here are for doors to go, actually. The stairs over there are just backups in case I had misplaced those stairs. Because they're actually not unconnected. Like, these stairs are literally... Like, the world... If you don't know how Unity or Unreal works,
every room, except for these two, these three, they're the same room. Like, this part here, from that door to here, to the arch, is one room. Like, it is, sorry, one class file. Let's put it that way. It's one class file. Those two rooms, the little side sitting room here, and the room that you can't see that's behind that wall, the doors behind the stairs, and this area are all one class file. Anything past here, and then back around the corner, minus that door there, because that's the door I was telling you about a moment ago, into here, including the stairs here, is a different class file. So it's 1, 2, 3. I'm stuck. Can you, like, do something? Okay. Anyway, it's multiple. So, 1 class, 2 class, 3 class, 4 class, 5 class, 6 class. And those stairs, as you can see when I select that class, are actually attached to it. Unlike these stairs, which are free floating. I wasn't sure I'd place them right, so I was using the blocking stairs I did as my test. But to show the other thing that we have built in, and I'm just going to bring it to the other side now, just to obscure it out just a little bit for some mystery. Okay. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I want to fix this. It's going to drive me crazy otherwise. There we go. All right. You can already see what's going to happen. I'm just going to stand here because I like the lighting in this room. We have weather. Yeah, you can see your door is still there, by the way, in the content browser, I realize. I am messing around with some optimization stuff, so there is some weirdness going on with the texture streaming, but... Oh, yeah, the ambient lighting isn't done yet. Like, I haven't done the lighting. What I was doing was, the reason why I wanted the lighting dark was so I can test the God rays off the moon to make sure they were working correctly. But I haven't actually even touched the lighting yet. So, like, normally when I'm working on it, just to hide something else again, ooh, that was the wrong value. I normally have it set to, to be daytime, just so I can build it in this, but it will be set at night anyway, and eventually I'll deal with the ambient lighting, or add in lighting in here. No, this actually is a lighting system that comes from Unreal 4. In 2 weeks' time, I'll be posting a video on how to make your own dynamic weather system. It's already been recorded. I finished the section out. It's the next section for the survival series. And in the start of that section, I'm pretty sure I say, so you know what? After doing this, just go and buy one from the market. It is not worth the time of setting it up yourself. And I put my money where my mouth is. And I bought one. That's actually what you're seeing. To be fair, what I will do with their system, if I actually use it outside of this project, because I have plans for it, is I will be cannibalizing it, because I don't want to use their time system. I want to use my time system. But their system replaces the sky. You know, seriously, after recording that section, and how tedious it was, and how it was just literally, I said, you know what, if you need parts of it, yeah, do it yourself. If you just need parts, do it yourself. But if you're doing the entire dynamic weather system, buy one. Buy one, or make a really good one and make it agnostic so you can use it in any project. Because otherwise... oh.
Though again, my system isn't agnostic. Though they have done something in their system, the one I'm using in this one, that works better than what I did, or doesn't work better, which is agnostic. I can't see it actually working because I couldn't see the specular changing. Like I did a material wetness in mine, and they have a material wetness, but I couldn't see theirs. Then again, in mine, the lighting is actually set up. Oh, sorry, this also is my project. In my other project, the lighting is set up so I can actually see the specular change. This one, I haven't set the lighting up, so for all I know, the specular is changing, and I just can't see it. However, there is one way to tell. I realized I forgot to turn off the thunderstorm, so I did turn off the rain, though. The physical particle rains. Oh yeah, that cube out there is something I put there for a reference or something else. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's actually updating the specular. It has updated the fog, though. See, that rain effect I have there, that misting rain, I really like, actually. That's something I didn't realize was there. But yeah, no, I'm not seeing a specular change. I'm not seeing material wetness. Or I could just be blind. That is cool. I need to figure out how that transition works. But yeah, this is what I was doing last night after I finished up on the stream, or this morning after I came back off sleep, before I went back to sleep. I also realized I have a slight issue. This room back here is actually meant to follow the curve of the stairs, but I can't do that. Like, I'm stuck. So I'm just going to be squaring things out, and at some point I'm going to hand this to the level designer and go, here's what I've done, here's the rough shape and proportions I need things, here's the blueprint I was following. Oh. I mean, I like how it comes to the windows. I like the glass, my glass material for this. This is, hang on. Let me, open that up real quick. That was the wrong thing. I meant to hit viewport. So yeah, this is like that, as I said, that section. You can see that none of the doors that we can see in the game are actually there because the doors are their own class file. Well, actually, they are their own class file. There's my window. Like the window frame isn't mine, but that's mine. What did I call this thing? Window. There we go. Oh god, yes. Like, I definitely need it because you actually can't climb. But let me send you the thing later on because you actually can't climb the stairs on the right. Because it's, oh, hang on. I can do it with this one. It's going to be easier to show you in this one. Or not. Fucking. Grab that wall. Edit BP stairs. I call it stairs even though they're not stairs. So this is actually a duplicate of this stairs, but if you notice the scale is -1 on the y-axis. That was the only way I could get to what I wanted, the way I wanted. But I mean, I can send you the yeah, I mean, I'll be adding a lot more to the atmosphere. I just did it to make sure that the windows were reflecting the light the way I wanted to and the god rays off the moonbeams worked correctly. Because I wasn't sure if that glass material I made would work right. And I'm like, yeah, I need to test this. I need it. I need to see this in the right lighting to make sure I'm on the right track. Otherwise, I need to do the glass material again. I don't write too many shader tutorials. I've written a few. Like in the survival series, I wrote a lot. So in Unreal 5, there's a new setting where it's actually in an environment light mixer. You could access it through your details panel, but for God rays, it's on the directional light itself. So if I grab a directional light, there's already 2 in here, so this isn't going to change anything. Oh, God. I thought it wasn't going to change anything. Oh, that's hurting my eyes. That's legitimately hurting my eyes. Okay. Sorry, I just turned that power of that light off. You're right. Sorry, it is not under light mask. It's light shaft. But I had wanted to make sure that it was working correctly with that material that makes up the glass in the window that I made. Well, the window is not mine, the glass is again. And the particular feature I'm using that creates the weather also has a fog system, but I have it slightly disabled right now. It's actually turned on. I just had the fog set to 0 because it was causing issues while I was testing stuff. But again, the lighting that you saw was just me literally making sure, hey, that works, and that the lightning works for the windows as well. There'll be a lot more that I'm going to be doing on lighting once I get the base layout done. I need to finish out just the ground floor so I can test the AI chasing the player around. The AI will be creepy. I like creepy things. I don't know why I'm just spinning around. And the coffin from the outside. By the way, that window here, or these 2 windows that make up that part, is literally the same one as this. It's actually a ceiling tile. I couldn't find a window. So I just find that funny. All right. So I just want to show that off to let Sam know what's going on. Oh. SSR? SSRI? I'll take some SSRIs. If they make me actually happy, I'll take them. My last round of SSRIs were screwed up because my GP was a moron. Oh, there's a reason I called that GP type 2 error to his face. Yes, it's going to be a horror game. I haven't decided what sort. This is just more of a demo to see if people want me to do a tutorial on how to make a game like that. It wouldn't use any of these assets, but I want to actually fully flesh out the topic before I say, hey, do you all want me to... Give me 1 second. I just realized something, and it's now bugging me. Sorry, I just need to take a look at something. Huh. Whoops. That isn't meant to be there. I need to delete that. Okay. So it's like, why do I have a hallway to add a room here when there's a window there? No, the hallway is actually this narrow bit ending on that wall there, which will then have one of these tiles on it instead. Right. I definitely need food. It is now midnight here. So, K-Beard, just really quickly, I just want to show you something. Let me just close this. Don't save. everything you see here, except for the trees. Everything you see here, except the trees. Also, once it finishes loading, it's not so pixelated. The materials, oh, and the grass. Right. Everything you see except for the grass and the trees. Now, when I say the trees, I mean the physical trees. I made. I know about sphere and planar reflections. I teach this stuff. I'm an authorized Unreal instructor. I teach this stuff. This is from the tutorial that I'm currently teaching on YouTube. In fact, you're getting a preview for what videos haven't been released. This is the actual recording file, by the way. God, it swims so much better in the tutorial file than it does in the prep file. Still need to get to that fog issue in the tutorial series, but I haven't done that yet. Wait, are you speaking to me or to somebody else? I'm not being funny here, because there was an issue a few weeks ago where some of Sam's messages weren't showing up on my side. Also, man, why did I pick the slow lightning storm start for my weather system? Yeah, this is my weather system, by the way. And this tutorial series isn't completed either. Yeah, hey, yeah. Literally the first hour of that live stream was me sitting there going, well, it keeps crashing. Oh, god damn it. I forgot I had the debugger on still. That's the debugger. I can change the weather. It doesn't like me doing it. And there's my weather system. And my free sounds. So the problem with writing tutorials, by the way, is you have to use free materials. And you can see the ground is more specular now. Sorry, that lag was due to trend being weird. There's a lightning. I will say their lightning flashes are better than mine, but you know, again, tutorial, free, time. Yeah, this is what got me started on YouTube, was doing tutorials on making games. Because I do VR research. Though, if you're ray tracing, you have to use a different... Wait, no, sorry. If you're using transparencies in Unreal, you have to use different methods sometimes, because not all transparencies, especially if you're using Lumen, are supported by by the normal sphere captures that don't make cube maps. So like the one down there that makes that water work. If we get over there, I'm gonna take damage. I saw that happening before I hit. the one that allows that reflection to work. It's not really working right now because there's no sunlight. Is a cube map built into a sphere reflection, of course. But let's see if I can find a good angle to get a reflection. I mean, you can. Let's just turn the game off and do it that way. You can see the reflection there. There's a sphere capture on almost all the shores. But you can see as you get farther away from the sphere of reflection, the water, the way the water reflects changes. Yeah, so what was happening was when they released UE5 as the preview version, unless you were doing Blueprint, if you did C++, this is, it would crash when you hit play. And you know what, Spam Bot Boy? Yeah, that's good for you that you know how to spam. Hope you enjoy that stuff, buddy. Sorry, I'm very quickly just taking care of that. Let me get the proper chat back on my screen. Okay. So I procedurally generated the land using World Machine. And then from there, I had World Machine. Hey, welcome in, DS Kedit. Hope I'm saying that right. So I had World Machine procedurally generate the height map. And then I had it print out based on the color, because I had the height map color coded for sea line, erosion, grass, mountain. Print out the height maps for that. And then with my own material, had it print out, or had it, there are boxes on it, so I was panicking for a bit. Had it, not the button I meant to press, it was G I meant to press. Had it do its thing where it would apply my material onto that particular height map. So here is our lovely landscape material. And our weather functions addresses the wetness there in terms of making the ground wet or specular, because we're actually changing specular and roughness to do that. Why what, DS? Also, I love how the thing is giving me two different sort of settings for information on how many people are here. Okay, is there somebody in the chat chatting that people are responding to? Because I feel like I'm missing something. Or am I just, yeah. Oh, this lost its cube map. I was wondering why I didn't look at his normal. Oh no, it captured, does a scene capture to the cube map, that's why. But yeah, no, this is where I got my start on YouTube, was doing tutorials around this stuff. Well, this is the second one. I'm not missing anything. It's just random comment. Okay. Just making sure. Anyway. with that said, given that we're now definitely nearer 1 a.m. and it's 4 something for Sam, well, that's fine. I got it pretty quickly. He posted 3 times, but meh. Trolls be trolls, yo. Well, ladies and gents, and anyone else, and everything else, and all beings of all shapes, sizes, things, stuff. I'm not sure what I'm saying. All right. 420. Hey! Sorry, I shouldn't make that joke. I can't make jokes like that within 30 seconds of ending a video. There's a reason why I started swearing. I have to keep going, because there are rules against that. For me to keep my content monetized the way it is, as I can't swear within the first 30 seconds or the last 30 seconds of a video. And actually, they're recommending to keep it like to 2 minutes on either end, or make inappropriate jokes on either side of that. So, with that said, we've covered what we were going to do for the game engine tutorial we're following. In terms of my neural net code, well, we realized that we can do some updates I didn't think about, and I've made notes of those. We'll be doing those probably tomorrow. Yes, there will be another live stream tomorrow, assuming I don't die tonight. It wasn't you, Beard. It was DS Credit that I was confused by. The Y and OK randomly. So I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. If I have the willpower to edit a video, because it takes a lot of willpower. Ow. The video before the weather system, the last video, section 4 of the survival series, will be available on Monday. I feel like I'm going to cough, sneeze, and vomit all at once right now. Thus my comment if I'm still alive tomorrow. Ooh, hello, lungs. Right. I'll see you then. I'll see you on Discord. If you're not in Discord, links in the description. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. I look forward to seeing you either in the next live stream or in the next tutorial. And I hope that you have a wonderful day.